Board of County Commissioners acts as a quasi-judicial body when it hears requests for rezoning and conditional use permits. Applicants must provide competent, substantial evidence establishing facts or expert witness opinion testimony showing that the request meets the zoning code and comprehensive plan criteria. Opponents must also testify as to facts or provide expert testimony whether they like or dislike a request is not competent evidence. The board must then decide whether the evidence demonstrates consistency and compatibility with the comprehensive plan and the existing rules in the zoning ordinance, property adjacent to the property to be rezoned, and the actual development of the surrounding area. The board cannot consider speculation, non-expert opinion testimony, or poll the audience by asking those in favor or opposed to stand up or raise their hands. If a commissioner has had communications regarding a rezoning or conditional use permit request before the board, the commissioner must disclose the subject of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place before the board takes action on. Otherwise, if a commissioner has made a site visit, inspection, or investigation, the commissioner must disclose that fact before the board takes action on the request. Each applicant is allowed a total of 15 minutes to present their request, unless time is extended by majority vote of the board. The applicant may reserve any portion of the 15 minutes for rebuttal. Other speakers are allowed 5 minutes to speak. Speakers may not pass their time to someone else in order to give that person more time to speak.
Thank you. On behalf of the Baha'is of Brevard County, we'd like to provide an invocation and a prayer. O thou compassionate Lord, thou who art the generous and able, we are servants of thine, sheltered beneath thy providence. Cast thy glance of favor upon us. Give light to our eyes, hearing to our ears, and understanding and love to our hearts. Render our souls joyous and happy through thy glad tidings. O Lord, point out to us the pathway of thy kingdom and resuscitate all of us through the breaths of the Holy Spirit. Bestow upon us the everlasting and confer upon us never-ending honor. Unify mankind and illumine the world of humanity. May we follow thy pathway, long for thy good pleasure, and seek the mysteries of thy kingdom. O God, unite us and connect our hearts with the insoluble bond. Verily, thou art the giver, thou art the kind one, and thou art the Almighty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have the pledge by Commissioner Rita Pritchett, please. Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I do not see any minutes that need to be approved for this particular meeting today. We have no consent agenda. Public comments are not here tonight, so let's go to H1, and I believe that would be Ed. Ed, are you up?
Mr. Chairman, I need to read the item into the
Jeff,
record.
I'm sorry. I thought this was water supply facilities. Excuse me. Jeff, go ahead, please.
It is. So item H1 is the adoption of the water supply facilities work plan and related amendments to the comprehensive plan, and this applies to all commission districts. To comply with the statutory requirements, the attached ordinance amends the potable water element of the comprehensive plan with the updated 2035 water supply facilities work plan and amends the various policies with the conservation, potable water, sanitary sewer, intergovernment coordination, and the capital improvements elements of the comprehensive plan for consistency with the water supply facilities work plan. So on April 4th, 2024, the board approved transmittal of the water supply facilities work plan. On June 18th, Florida Commerce issued the objections, recommendations, and comments report. This report identified no objections, made no recommendations, and provided no comments that must be addressed prior to adoption of the water supply facilities work plan and related comprehensive plan amendment to the board. On August 12th, 2024, the local planning agency recommended approval of the adoption of the water supply facilities work plan and the related comprehensive plan amendments. Staff is here to answer any questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Okay, Sandra Sullivan, I believe you filled out a card.
Is there someone else first before me?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Is there anyone before me?
No, ma'am.
Anyone else? Okay, 1 second. Okay. Sanders, what, the clock reset, please? I haven't started. The clock is ticking. I have not started. Thank you. Okay, Sandra Sullivan, South Patrick Shores. So for this particular item, you get the hat. Very seldom do you get the hat. But this is about septic, the toilet to tap, as we call it. Brevard toilet to tap, right? This is about Rick Scott vetoed the toilet to tap legislation, and DeSantis approved it. So in this, you're making comprehensive plan changes to facilitate this, and I just think there should be a whole lot more transparency to the people about what you're doing. And so in a recent meeting, I left the house. An item was not on the agenda. I arrived here as an add-on for basically a study that I did records request on. You're doing another study to essentially put new facility, according to this, a new facility. I know this is comp plan, but the comp plan is enabling this. According to this study, you're putting a sewage treatment plant up in the vicinity of Tyco. And the report talks about partnership funding, partnership potentially with a private sector person to do this sewage plant. That just raises a question whether the Brightline acquisition for $38 million is what we're talking about. We're also talking about with this, a new tax on the people. This is called a tax increment reinvestment zone. Never heard of it. And essentially what it is for is to put, it is a study that was done for Space Florida and for the Cape, so that we can find a taxing mechanism essentially to put this on we the people, for we the money interests. And so they have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and how they're going to do this with temporarily the Sykes Creek. Of course, you know, you can't have this topic without discussing the legislative change this year that changed it so we can put Senate Bill 102, the live local, not so local tax incentives, et cetera, and density, bonus density for developers on Space Florida. I bet most people don't know that. And then at a recent Lagoon meeting, showing the tripling the size of Merritt Island. Of course, there's lots and lots of flooding issues there. So I'll leave you with my very creative artwork. I am very much against this comp plan change.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the commission?
Make a motion to approve.
It's a motion to approve by Commissioner Pritchett. Is there a second? Second. Commissioner Goodson seconds. Any more discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, let's go to item H2.
Item H2 is Gerald Patterson requests to change the zoning classification from GU.
Jeff, could you move a little bit closer to that
I'm sorry.
microphone, please?
Yeah, let me
If you don't
move the
mind,
mic.
sir. Thank you very much.
How's that? Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay, so H2 is Gerald Patterson requests to change the zoning classification from GU to RRMH-1. Application number is 24Z00022, tax account numbers 200000981, located in District 1.
Okay. Rita?
Yes, sir. We don't have any cards, and this is a simple project in District 1, so I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
It's a motion by Commissioner Pritchett to approve. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Tobias. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The motion carries. H3. Jeff, please.
Home Nation Coco LLC requests to change the zoning classification from AU to RU-1-11. Application number is 24Z00027. Tax account number is 2419394, located in District 2.
Okay. Susan Martin,
Yes,
would that be you?
Susan Martini.
Okay. Go ahead. You have the floor.
When we purchased this property, it was zoned as agricultural, AU, and we need it rezoned because it no longer qualifies per lot size for AU in the county, and we're going to do a single-family residence on there.
Okay. Commissioner Goodson, this is your district.
I'd
Motion by Commissioner Goodson to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Feltner. Any discussion from the board? Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The motion carries. Thank you so very much. All right, let's move on to H4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 4 is Barrows West Hotel Developers LLC requests a CUP for on-premise consumption of alcohol in a PUD zoning classification. Application numbers 24Z00030. Tax account number is 3030319, located in District 4.
Commissioner Pritchett, is your light on? No, sir. That was the last night, okay. Commissioner
I'll make a
Feltner.
motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Feltner. Is there a second? Second. Commissioner Tobias seconds. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The motion carries. Let's go to H5. Jeff, please.
Paul and Laurie Ann Futrell request to change the zoning classification from RU-1-7 to RU-1-11. Application number is 24Z000028. Tax account number is 2802480, located in District 5.
Okay, is there any comments from the commission? It's my district. I like it. I don't think there's any problems with it, so.
Motion to approve?
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Pritchett, seconded by Commissioner Feltner. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Saved you a little bit of work, didn't we? Thank you very much. All right. Now, if the rest of the agenda could go that fast, it'd be really a great night. All right, let's go to H7. Aaron Reninger.
Mr. Chair, items H6 and H7 are companion applications. I'm going to read them into the record together. However, you'll have to have separate motions for each. Item H6 is Aaron Reninger requests a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment 24S.02 to change the future land use designation from agricultural to Res 6. Application numbers 24SS00002. Tax account numbers are 2002219, 2002228, 293031 and 32, located in District 1. Item 7 is Aaron Reninger requests to change the zoning classification from RRMH-1 to TR3 with an amended BDP. 24Z0005. Tax account number is 2002219, 2228, 22229, 2230, 2231, 2232, located in District 1. I do want to mention that the application was advertised with an amended BDP. Currently, there is no BDP currently on the property. When these items went to the LPA and P&Z, both were recommended for denial. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Rezanka, I believe you're up.
Good evening, Chairman, members of County Commission. I'm Kim Rezanka, Lacey Lons Rezanka, 1290 US 1 in Rockledge, Florida. I'm here on behalf of Aaron Reninger, who is with me here today. This is a request for a change of the future land use and a change of zoning on 17.01 acres. If you've read the planning and zoning minutes, there was quite a bit of distaste for this project. My client listened to what they said, and he has come back and he is now requesting to change the future land use request to 1 to 2.5 acres, and the zoning to RRMH 2.5. So that means every lot would be 2.5 acres, and it would have, they would only have 6 lots. This is a very compatible with what's out there. What's around it is 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acre. It's on a dirt road. The residents thought it was too dense. My client listened, and so now we've asked to change it. Right now it's an agricultural future land use of 5 units to the acre with a RRMH1 zoning, which is 1 unit to the acre. So right now we have an inconsistency. He couldn't build anything there anyway. So what we would like to do is suggest that this character of this area, this is compliant with the character of the area. He can do single family homes. He's going to do a subdivision of 6 lots, and it will be a completely, well, a bit different than what he had planned before, but he still hopes to be able to do either the tiny homes or the manufactured homes which are out there already, the manufactured homes, and to make it more affordable. And so with that, we are happy to answer questions. Mr. Reninger is here, but we believe that this will hopefully satisfy the residents and help them realize that he does indeed want to be a good neighbor. With that, we'd ask that you accept an amended application, and also with the BDP, we've already had a BDP, but this would actually limit the development to 6 units to the acre. We would comply with the subdivision and plat code, which is Article 7 of Chapter 62, and that apparently there's some code enforcement actions out there that those would have to be, they would have to be remedied, resolved prior to any building permits being issued. So there'd be 3 conditions of a binding development plan. And with that, we're here to answer any questions and listen to the neighbors in case they don't like this still. There may be more conditions that they want, but we think this hopefully will help.
Ms. Rezanka, would you like the questions now, or would you rather wait till later?
I'd go ahead and take the questions now, sir.
Okay. Commission, is there any questions? Absolutely. Commissioner Pritchett, you have the floor.
But I just like to hear the community questions.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Brooks. Bob Brooks? That is Bob Brooks, isn't it? Right here. Okay. Thank you, Bob. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Brooks. I'm at 4725 Gandy Road, the direct neighbor of Mr. Reninger's property. I came here directly to go against the plan for the tiny home development and or mobile home development. This changes everything, so I don't really have a lot to say at the moment. If it were stated to 6 homes with a little bit more research, I think I'd probably be behind that. And again, I'm the direct neighbor. I just didn't want 30 homes behind my house. So that's really all I have to say, because that's,
Thank you.
Sort of changed gears midstream. So
Yeah, thank you so much. So the rest of the cards that come up, if you are the same way as Mr. Brooks is, you can just say, I waive in favor, or I waive an opponent, or you can speak. That's completely up to you. Ken Harrison.
Ken Harrison, 4960 Gandy Road. I'm going to speak to this as if it were under the previous plan. Code of Ordinances, 62-1255, Code of Ordinances of Brevard County, Florida, establishment of zoning classifications in consistency with comprehensive plans. 62-1255, A1C, current zoning is agricultural. 62-1255, A8B, requested zoning is residential 6. The 1988 County Comprehensive Plan establishes specific future land use designations, which are depicted on the future land use map within the future land use element. This plan is further reinforced by the April 2007 MIMS small area study. Both the 1988 Comprehensive Plan and the 2007 MIMS small area study determined the future land use to be agricultural and set limits to 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres west of Meadow Green Road. Properties with approved RRMH1, AU, and AGR zoning classifications prior to the study were retained and adopted. This property is located in this zoning classification area, and an increase in density would be an encroachment into the existing neighborhood. The subject property does not serve as a transition between areas with land use designations of 6 units per acre or existing land use designations equal to no more than 1 unit per acre. Administrative Policy 3, traffic, safety issues due to increased traffic, material reduction of property values due to higher density in tiny homes. Real estate comparable sales values for the subject area will decrease. Proposed use is not consistent with the emerging or existing pattern of surrounding development as determined through analysis of historical and use patterns, actual development over the immediately preceding 3 years. 6 new block single-family residences were built in the last 3 years. 2 of them border the subject property. Development approved but not constructed is 1 single-family residence at 4110 Hog Valley Road. Proposed use will result in a material violation of relevant policies. Wetlands destructions have occurred. Policy 4, character of a neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood or area will be materially or adversely affected by the proposed rezoning or land use application. The proposed rezoning and land use will cause a 200% increase in traffic on Gandy Road. There are 14 single-family residences on Gandy Road. 30 more single-family residences will cause a burden and significant safety and convenience issues on an already poorly maintained dirt road that is only graded 12 times a year. The road is too narrow for 2 cars to pass each other at certain points, poorly drained and unstable with loose soil. The subject property is part of Indian River Park. Indian River Park is a clearly established residential neighborhood. Platted in 1914, the south border is especially defined as the south line of the Bernardo Sequoia land grant and has been mapped as such since the Spanish land grants. The subject property's south line is also the south border of Indian River Park. The northwest and east boundaries are designated as agricultural land use with agricultural zoning. To the south is public conservation with general use and agricultural zoning. The requested zoning and FLU could change the subject property to commercial use if rent is charged. There are no commercial use properties in the entire area. The area is not considered transitional. Policy 5, if the residents of proposed zoning change utilize public transportation, it would have a significant impact. The physical quality of Gandy Road will suffer significant deterioration with a 200% increase in traffic on a poorly maintained road. With the road, loose soils of Gandy Road cause a traffic safety concern for pedestrians. It is likely Gandy Road would suffer adverse changes from the type of traffic that would be generated. Physical deterioration would occur from larger truck deliveries. Policy 6, the proposed rezoning and FLU is not consistent with all written land development policies set forth in the administrative policies, including potable water, sanitary sewer, and surface water. Policy 7, the subject property contains mapped National Wetlands Inventory, St. Johns River Water Management District wetlands and hydric soils. Per Section 623694C1, residential land uses within wetlands shall be limited to not more than 1 dwelling per unit per 5 acres. The applicants have filled and cleared subject property without proper permits and are in clear violation of county codes.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Stephanie Knight. I just wanted to make sure before you get started, I'm sorry, that everybody heard the changes that Mrs. Rezanka made prior to the time that you speak. I just wanted to make sure.
True. It's kind of hard because we already prepared for it. So had we known that in advance, then we probably could have prepared for her new update.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Pritchett.
I would not have approved 30 lots out there. It wouldn't fit with y'all at all. So if you guys got some input on this, I was actually thinking if they could come up with something with 6 to 8, and they've come at 6. So if you guys got any ideas on any other criteria you might have, but I got a list of the BDP they're willing to do too, and it actually kind of seems like a good fit for y'all. So if you've got any other suggestions with that, I'm all ears right now.
Well, the main question is, can that be changed? Because if he's having a binding development, can at any time they can just change that binding development?
No, when it's binding, they have
modify
to stick to it. They cannot change it.
Under
without
no
coming-
circumstances?
Not unless they come back and get a whole nother board to agree to, it'd be like changing their zoning.
So we redo what we just did. We would all have to come back in front of the
Everybody would get to
zoning.
come back, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, I apologize for stopping, but I just wanted to make it
Oh,
abundantly,
no, it's fine. You're not taking up my time. I'm good
clear
with that.
what's on the table right now. Jeff, do you have any comments that you want to make on that? No? Do you want to continue on with?
I'll make it quick. I mean.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
My biggest concern to having what he's now asking for is, again, like what was said before, the wetlands. He has destroyed wetlands. If you would notice in some of the maps that you were given by Mr. Harrison, you'll notice that the entryway into his property, I think it's on map 7, is wetlands. So all that was destroyed in order to even get to his property. So I understand he's wanting now only 6 houses for the amount of acreage that he has, but the fact is that he is now going over the wetlands that he destroyed in order to even get to his property in the first place. So it kind of put a dirty taste in everybody's mouth that had he not destroyed that in the first place, he wouldn't even be able to get to his property. So, you know, if he would just stick with what he had at the beginning and done it the right way to begin with, then this wouldn't even be an issue and we wouldn't be asking for 33, 6, whatever the case may be, unfortunately. So, you know, that would be my biggest concern, and then just, you know, not being able to ever change it. I don't like the fact that it is tiny homes. Mobile homes, fine, you know, but tiny homes brings in a whole different amount of people.
Once again, I don't believe that we're talking about tiny homes here.
Well, he did mention tiny homes
Okay.
or mobile homes, or excuse me, Ms. Rezanka did.
Thank you.
So with that being said, with the code violations that he has already on the property and the fact that he has to drive over the wetlands, other than that would be just the septic issues, which again, if he only has 6 for 17 acres, I guess there wouldn't be a septic issue, so.
Thank you. Elena Walsh?
I'm ready. Alana Walsh, 4855 Gandy Road. So I, of course, also was prepared to come and talk about the proposal for 30 homes. I think they had ample time and opportunity to let us know they were going to change the plan and failed to do so. Can I ask a question to either Kim or Aaron?
Sure, go ahead.
I was just wondering, is it still going to be like a mobile home park? Are they still going to be rented out, or are they going to sell these properties?
You can ask a question. I don't know that we're going to be able to answer that question right now, but we'll look into that. But,
Write it down and ask them.
Okay, because that's one of the concerns if
Okay.
they're rentals.
all right, go ahead with the, are you finished?
I came prepared to talk about 30,
Yeah,
and we didn't know that it was changing, so.
Look, when something like this happens, and it happens for the better, which I think this does, you know, you have to take it when you can get it. So if you have any other discussion in regards to what's on the table, go ahead and talk about it. If not, we'll continue on with the hearing and see where this goes.
I mean, as a community member, just the fact that it changed and we didn't know is disheartening.
Yes, ma'am, it's quite frustrating sometimes, these things. All right, Mr. Walsh? Brian Walsh?
Good evening, y'all. My main concern here is if they're going to be rentals or if it's going to be ran in a traditional mobile home park or single-family dwellings, which would be nice to have the answer to. Just for crime and everything else that'll be in the area. So, just following up with what my wife was asking.
All right, thank you. I think Ms. Pritchett said she's going to ask that question.
Okay, thank you.
When we get the applicant back up. Patricia Frank? Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Yes, I'm Patricia Frank, or Patty Frank. I grew up on the corner of US 1 and Arancha Road when Arancha Road was a dirt road. I've lived out there for almost most of my 63 years. I've seen a lot of changes come and go. And the impact that the extra traffic, dump trucks, semis, heavy equipment, that's going to have an impact on Arancha Road, Meadow Green, Harrison Road, Hog Valley Road, because there's only one way in and one way out to Gandy Road. So it doesn't just affect Gandy, it affects all the people that live along Arancha, Meadow Green, Harrison, Hog Valley, and Gandy. Now we got potholes in Arancha Road that have yet to be fixed or maintained. As it is, we can't get it fixed. And now we're going to have more traffic on Arancha Road, and how that extra traffic is going to impact the intersection where the Circle K is right there. They've been doing improvements. FPL's been out there burying the electrical lines. We've had a lot of work trucks, and there's a lot of places on a Rancho Road that needs repair. What about us? Are our taxes going to be increased to pay for repaving the road? Because getting out to Gandy Road, all this heavy equipment is going to have a negative impact on our infrastructure. So that's my question, that's my concern. Why should we have to pay what gets torn up for this fella to bring his pipe dream to fruition? We shouldn't. And, I'd just like to see our growth be managed in a positive way. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Corey, is it Robertson? Pardon me, sir? Robertson, right?
Robertson, yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
How we doing?
Good, good.
I live on 4185 Hog Valley Road, and I prepared a speech that was for today for the homes that was supposed to be on there. I think it was very inappropriate and ill-mannered to come here prepared for a speech for an amendment that they made. I don't believe that that's fair to us, and I don't think a ruling should be made today on the rezoning of the property, honestly. I think it was a joke.
Okay. Listen, thank you very much, and I understand your emotion in response to applauding, but please let's just stop that tonight. We've got a lot of things that we got to talk about, and it would be better if we just curtail the clapping. Yes, sir.
But that's all I have to say, my friend.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Sir, a quick question. I understand the frustration of the change, whether it went in your way or not.
Regardless of my way or anybody's way, the fact of the matter is when people prep for court, they get a time frame. They come here in the beginning, made a statement. We don't even know the changes other than what it says.
Question.
Go ahead and ask me.
They've dropped it from 30 to 6. Is there a number in your mind that would fit well with that?
Zero at the moment because they're amending it at the time. Right now, I don't have a chance to look over it. First of all, when they make decisions, people of the community would like to get together and figure out what a best number would be towards it. I'm not against a home on the property. I'm not against 2 homes on the property. But the fact of the matter is they amended it at the beginning of this meeting when people come here prepared for something else. So no one has any idea other than what they just come up here and said in 5 minutes to try to change their plans after everybody came here with something else to say.
So right now you're okay with 0 homes there right now?
I didn't say. I said it could be 6. I could be okay with 10.
Well,
it's the fact of the matter is
I've got to make a vote. I've got to make a vote.
We're making a vote. So what you're saying is today, regardless, since they amended it today, you're making a vote on the homes regardless of our amendment.
I don't know whether there will be a motion one way or another.
Right.
I'm just asking.
But what you're saying is today you're voting on it.
It's a question here.
Okay.
It's a one way, and it's a question.
Okay.
How many homes are you okay with? You're not okay with 30. I get it. You
Absolutely
had a speech.
not.
My question is, how many are you okay with?
Let's go with 2.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's all I was asking for.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm not going to answer it, but you're welcome to ask.
So it's a one-way deal. Only I can't answer.
That's how this works.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just checking. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Pritchett.
What we have to do up here is we're supposed to get information and make a decision. We have to hear all of your views. We have to get all of the evidence, and then we're supposed to make it, hopefully make the best decision we can. It's our job not to make an emotional decision. So as we listen to your concerns, that's what we're going to try to do, is try to make a good decision for this plot of land. It is 17 acres, and when we do this, we have to remember the owner has rights as well as the neighborhood. So these are the things we have to take in consideration right now. So anything you give us right now is really good, so we can make a decision if we're going to vote and how we're going to vote. So that's what we're trying to gather from you guys tonight. Nobody's for or against you. We're just trying to make a good decision for the community.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goodson.
All that being said, could we ask the engineer to come back up here a minute? Or would you consider postponing this to the next planning and zoning, giving these people time to discuss your proposal? It's not like it's going anywhere.
Mr. Reninger said that would be fine. I mean,
Okay.
but there are 6 lots right now. He could do 6 lots now, in theory. So I understand their concerns, but we thought this would make them happy, and they're still not happy. So we're happy to come back
Well,
next month if that's your preference.
I'm not sure they're not happy, but they haven't, I do understand and hear them. They need an ample amount of time to do it, just like I would want time to study a contract on buying a car or whatever. And if he's willing to give them that time,
That's fine.
what's the rush?
That's fine.
Am I hearing a motion, Commissioner
Yes,
Goodson?
I make that motion that we postpone this.
Yes, please, Commissioner Pritchett first, please.
I don't mind doing that either. We can postpone it to next zoning, but we already have people here, so if they want to talk, they can go ahead and maybe give their information right now if they want to, or they can come back later. So I actually, when I went over all the data the other day, and I pulled it up and we talked with staff, I knew we weren't going to get 30 in there. You have water problems with salinity in the water. 6 to 8 lots do fit, so it's up to you guys. If you want 4 more weeks to wait this, I'm sure this isn't going to hurt to do that. But it looks like a fairly decent, good project right now. Maybe you just need a little time to absorb it. But I don't know, that's all I wanted to say.
Commissioner Feltner, do you have any comment?
So you're going to continue with the cards, or is that
Right
what
now,
we're
I'm completely opposed to what Commissioner Goodson's saying. I would like to get this done tonight, but that's up to the commission. So
Okay.
if we do.
Well, I don't want to interrupt the cards. I have one question, but I don't want to interrupt
Okay,
the cards, so.
if we go ahead and we table it to next month, then my intention is to allow these people that have come here to speak. It's going to be a lengthy process, and I'm having a difficult time understanding why 6 units wouldn't make these folks happy. But that's neither here nor there.
We got 5 more cards.
All right, so Commissioner Goodson, are you making a motion to postpone?
Yes, I am.
Is there a second?
I would second after the cards.
Yeah.
After the card, you will second. Yarnell Roman.
Mr. Chair, can I just interject for a second?
Yes, sir, you
If I
can.
could make a suggestion to continue the item to the next zoning board hearing, which is October 3rd.
Well, hold on now. Oh, you mean the zoning board meeting for not the P and Z board meeting, the ARB zoning board? Okay, I
The
got
next
it.
zoning board meeting,
All right, so what's the date on that, sir?
October 3rd.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. It's not been seconded until we hear the rest of this. Yarnell Roman.
Good evening. I came here regarding the impact on the value of the properties. On the last hearing that we have, I'm going to quote, values in the area range from 35 to 200,000. It was also said that the average value of the proposed project will be 150,000. I want to put on record that there is a mistake on this premise. We have recently sold properties in the area from the $350,000 to the $500,000. Examples of these are 4745 Gandy Road, 4199 Hyden Lake, 4254 Hog Valley, 4706 Gandy Road, 4940 Harrison Road, 4768 Harrison Road. There are 3 properties available for sale right now. 4970 Harrison Road for $340, 4540 Wellington Lane on 520, 5245 on Blount Ridge Road for $475. They have been also luxury home recently built, are pricing over $600,000, like 4705 Gandy Road, 4155 Hope Valley Road. And new homes going up with projected values of over $400,000, like 4241 Hog Valley Road and 4150 Hog Valley. Even the land value, it's more than the ratio established on the last meeting. As an example, for 776 Pine Needle Street with a sales price of $85,000 for an acre. So this information is important because the approval of any project cannot negatively impact the value of our properties. Another thing that I want to add is the construction risk assessment. The following information has been provided by First Street, a government and private business resource to provide climate risk data for informed decision-making. There is a fire factor in the area. The area where whatever project is proposed or will be proposed is currently on a severe fire risk factor of 7 of 10. In the last 20 years, more than 100 wildfires were recorded within just 20 miles of Gandy Road, having an impact of an average of 61 properties. The area has a major risk of wildfires events in the next 15 years. In addition to property damage, wildfires can also cut off access to utilities, emergency services, transportation, and may impact the overall economic well-being of the area. With the limitations of proper evacuation routes that we have right now, the approval of these or any project could turn out into a major safety risk for us, the resident. So I think a responsible decision will be to just postpone and let us know, the resident, what is the correct project, what will involve, and let us give us another chance to speak up, because we don't have the facts in order to, say something. That's it. Thank you.
Valerie Lichtenblatt?
Good evening. I'm Valerie Lichtblau. I live at 4718 Gandy Road, and I had a whole different thing written up because I didn't plan on him changing it like that on us. So I'll read what I came up with. I live within the 500 feet of the property the applicant is requesting to rezone. I have 5 acres, which is not in line with his change of 1 acre lots. I live in a single-family home which is adjacent to this property. I am against the rezoning of the applicant's property due to the flooding concerns. Our little dirt road, you can't even pass on the dirt road. You got to pull off, and every time it rains, just the 14 houses on our road put damage to the road, and they don't come out and clean the road off as often as they should. So. And it also goes against the MIMS small-scale study, which was designed to keep us North Brevard rural. I don't know if he wants to still keep it agriculture, or does he still plan on, making it residential. I don't know that. I'm also not happy that we came unprepared, because he changed what he wants to do without any notifying anyone or meeting with any property owners around that property. He's emailed one person before, but he couldn't email anybody to let us know that he was changing it, so we could, come up with tell us how we feel about it. We have no time to think about this now because he just changed it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Desiree Wimmer, or is it Weimer? Desiree Weimer, please.
Desiree Weimer, 7205 Morning Dove Court, Titusville, Florida. My parents live within 500 feet of at 4718 Gandy Road. Without having time to research the new zoning request, it's hard to support something presented to us at the last minute. The owner does have a lot of contact information, including mine, and he could have met with us or emailed us any changes. He actually requested to have one of the meetings tabled so that he could meet with us, and then did not follow through with that. He bought the property knowing the current zoning. He knew what he purchased when he bought it. This is a rural agricultural area. The current zoning is correct, which I think that property would allow less than 6 homes. I have not seen anything to support changing the current zoning, and I'm against changing the current zoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sandra Sullivan.
Sandra Sullivan, South Patrick Shores. So obviously, conversations have happened with the District 1 office and with staff. So knowing that they had, some advance notice that a different proposal would be put in place, this plan, as put on the agenda under Sunshine, should have been either the applicant reapplied and it changed, or this should not have gone on this meeting today. This is very like a fast one being pulled on the people. And as the residents of Brevard County, we expect transparency and accountability and for you to follow our state laws for Sunshine. So Sunshine requires 5 days notice or 7 days notice. Your policy's 5 days notice. These are quasi-judicial meetings. These are very serious for planning and zoning and should be treated as such. The fact that staff and even the District 1 office who indicated she would not have approved what there was and there was conversations, this should not have been on the agenda today. This should have been reapplied and with transparency, and this been postponed to another meeting. Thank you.
Katie Delaney. Good evening.
Good evening. So I really appreciate your suggestion about postponing this. I think that is definitely a great move since the people didn't have time to prepare for what was being asked tonight. So I really appreciate that. And what I would say is, being at the community meetings that I was at, where some of the residents were there talking about their concerns about this project, one of the major things that they were talking about was the reason why this property originally was zoned for 3 homes is because of the flooding and the traffic issues that are back there. And I hope that you guys keep that in mind while you move forward. And we'll see you next time, hopefully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're finished with the cards. I have a motion without a second. And I'm going to ask the board if someone wants to second the motion to postpone. Motion to, I'm gonna let her speak, but there's a motion and a second. And Ms. Rezanka, would you like to make some comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I need to start that the zoning of this property is RRMH1, which was 1 unit to the acre, which is 17 units. The future land use is agricultural, which is 5 units to the acre. Many of the lots in this area are exactly the same and have 1 acre. There are 5 of these 6 parcels combined that are 1 acre that could be built because they've been so long. So what we're asking for is exactly what he could do now. This came about yesterday in meeting with Commissioner Pritchett. That was the earliest we could get a meeting with her after planning and zoning. And we didn't notify the residents, but again, we thought this would not have been a problem based upon what we heard in the past. There was an email that Mr. Reninger submitted to all of those who sent in opposition emails. On August 3rd, he sent this. I'll submit this for the record. And there was about 14 that he emailed. It wasn't just 1. As to the values in the area, the lady did not identify herself, but from the card that was called Miss Roman, there's no indication she has any qualifications as an expert appraiser. But I do want to state for the record, and I will submit these, that I have property appraiser market value sheets, starting with James Standstill is 4775 Gandy. The market value is $31,460. Also, I have Robert Brooks at $55,084, William Brim, $559,360, John Bowden, $54,960. And I have several that I will submit for the record to show that my comments about the values in the area were indeed correct. These are market values by the tax collector, or the property appraiser, not tax collector. Regarding the claim that there are code violations on this, that's incorrect. And I'm doing this to protect my client because the statements that are made here are incorrect. FDEP has been out to the site. I'll also submit this for the record and give Ms. Pritchett a copy so she has it as well. FDEP, as of 9/3/2024, says an inspection was made regarding dredging and filling within a wetland. The inspection determined these activities are occurring on site. The inspection determined that although activities are occurring on site, there were no wetland or other surface waters impacted observed on the property at the time of inspection. And there's photos enclosed. I'll submit this for the record. Anyone can request it if they want to. So this is a decrease in density. Currently, the 17 units allowed by zoning, now requesting 6. Also, this is currently agricultural future land use. Activities have occurred on that property are agricultural in nature and allowed by law. The comments about going through the wetland, there was a home on 4735, which is the access piece prior, and there was access there before Mr. Reninger purchased this. It is intended to be a platted subdivision. Whether he rents or not, they're going to be platted. He may sell, he may rent, but it's not a zoning issue as to whether he sells or rents. The zoning code under RRMH 2-5s allow manufactured home, single-family homes, and tiny homes. Tiny homes, again, $150,000 in value to start. I don't know what the sunshine law requires. Ms. Pritchett did disclose, but she hasn't talked to you all. That's the sunshine law, to my knowledge. And finally, this request seemed to make sense. Ms. Pritchett could have made this request during this hearing at the end of our presentation. You all could have voted on that. You can change with conditions and with the permission of the applicant. So this change is not all that unusual. This happens in other hearings where the request is not compatible and the commission or council dislikes the request and therefore it asks for a change in density, a lower in density. So my client has said he is fine to come back on October 3rd. We're willing to do that. But I did want to state for the record and clarify the facts as they truly are. There are code violations that may or may not be pending. My client has gotten no notice of them. So as I said, I'll submit the DEP record and we will do the will of the commission. Thank you for listening.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor with a second. Is there any other discussion from the county commission?
I have one, Chair.
Commissioner Goodson.
Thank you. I must commend your developer, owner, okay? Very good decision. You know, for us to vote tonight and not give these people a chance and come back October and vote, whether then we agree with you or them, you know, it's going to be our vote at that time. I just think we should give these people the right to meet with the developer and the engineer, the attorney, and get an understanding of what you propose, because things can get real screwy in this chamber, and I am not voting tonight for this unless we push it back to October. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Pritchett.
I have a feeling that everybody came in a little freaked out about 30 units. So I think that's why everybody's a little intense. But I agree with Commissioner Goodson, just that little bit of time for everybody to kind of figure out what's going on now. And I listen to my office. That's what I do. I listen. I don't render where I'm at till I hear everything. And they just brought up the thing, we heard the community, and they do not like our project, so we're going to come and try a smaller number. And I was thinking, okay, that could be a good idea. So good job showing up, everybody, and get with the developer. He seems like a very nice person, and let's get some nice families out there for you guys to keep your community so good.
We just need one vote.
We did it, didn't we?
No, we have not voted. No more discussion. All in favor of the motion to postpone signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. Okay. I
Mr.
think
Chair,
we
we'll need to have a motion for there was 2 items. There was the land use and the
Okay,
zoning.
yes, now we need to hear a motion, please, for H7.
Motion, okay. Motion to continue H7 to October the 3rd?
Second.
I'm sorry, yeah, October 3rd, okay.
Okay, is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. All right, Ms. Rezanka, I believe you're up again. Looks like you have several here.
Mr. Chair, if you allow me to read those
I
into the
would
record.
be more than happy to do that, Jeff. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So item H8 and H9 are companion applications. I'm going to read those into the record together. However, you'll need to have separate motions. So item H8 is Ibrahim and Haroon Realestate, Inc. requests a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment 24S.08 to change the future land use designation from Res 2 to community commercial. Application numbers 24SS00008, tax account numbers 2317736, located in District 1. Item 9 is Ibrahim and Haroon Realestate, Inc. Kim Rezanka requests to change the zoning classification from TR-3 with a binding site plan to BU1 with the removal of the binding site plan. Application numbers 24Z00023, tax account numbers 2317736, located in District 1. Mr. Chair, I just want to point out that when the zoning item was heard by P&Z, they recommended approval with a binding development plan, and there are some conditions that were included in that, and one of them was to limit the BU1 uses to retail, personal services. And let me get a 20-foot buffer along the east and south property lines. And let me get the other one.
Oh, thank you. Here you go. Sorry about that.
There it is. Okay, so the proposed BDP was a 20-foot buffer along the east and south sides and limits the BU1 uses to retail, office, and personal services.
I'm a little confused with that. Wouldn't the binding development plan come in after the zoning request would be approved?
No, so a BDP is used in conjunction to support the zoning action if the board so
So their
desires.
recommendation is that if we
Correct.
do that, we want a BDP that says this, but we don't need to go along with that. We can do whatever we want. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay, Ms. Rezanka, please.
Good evening, Chairman Steele, members of the County Commission.
If that's a good humor truck, I want an ice cream sandwich, please. Go ahead, please.
Kim Rezanka, Lacey Land Rezanka, 1290 US 1 Rockledge, Florida, here on behalf of Ibrahim and Haroon Realestate, Inc. With me is the representative from that company, Dr. Wasim Niazi, in case you have questions or if there's additional conditions you wish the BDP that came up during planning and zoning. Currently, this is a 4.74 acre project. The request before you is only on 2.68 acres. As you can see from what I handed out to you, it's the yellow square. I just did this to show what is in the area. We have the Fair Glen School to the north, which is actually an institutional use. Even the zoning says it is something else. It's Res 1 and really should be government-managed lands, institutional, but it's not. Below is Tradewinds Manufactured Home, Mobile Home Park. And it's a rental community. There's commercial along the US 1 corridor there. It's close to Haverty's. It's close to Apollo Motel. The future land use map, as you can see, we're asking to change the residential 2 to community commercial, which is adjacent to the west. We're asking to change the zoning from TR3, which is a trailer park, to BU1, so this would make the entire parcel 4.74 consistent and the same. Under 621255, the TR3 could be in community commercial as well, or neighborhood commercial. The BU1 has to be in community commercial. The concept here is a flex office space design of 27 units. That's the large sheet I provided to you. It's 27 units. It's intended to be small office, small retail, barbershops, real estate offices, things like that. And it will have normal business hours. It'd be required to provide, to comply with any performance standards required by code. And it is not intended to be any type of warehousing. It's just small office space for individuals to rent. There are 3 homes to the east that will have, 2 will have minor adjacency. They currently, as you can see from the photograph, have trees buffering, and we will attempt to maintain as much trees as we're able to. As you can tell, all that's going to be over there is a driveway and one tail end of a building. The comp plan analysis, this is accessible from US 1. The US 1 is generally commercially developed. It is an infill commercial development. It is not located in an established residential neighborhood. It is along a commercial corridor. It will have to comply with performance standards, which is a site plan review stage issue. And there are no material violations of the comp plan policies per the county staff report. Again, the zoning request is to BU1 from TR3 and removal of the existing binding site plan. This was changed to TR3 in April of 1987, and it's never been developed. The BU1 existing from US1 is 250 feet deep currently, and we're asking it go to the east end of the property. Currently, the size of the TR3 portion, the 2.68 acre, is too small to even develop as TR3 because you have to have 10 acres, so there's nothing that can be done with that property in the current zoning. Again, we've shown you the concept plan, and with that, we're here to answer any questions. We would request that you change the 2.6 acre comp plan designation from Res 2 to community commercial and change the zoning of TR3 to BU1 with the removal of the binding site plan. And we agree to the conditions of the binding development plan as well.
Okay, Commissioner Pritchett.
Yes, ma'am, thank you for that. Just a quick question. You know how much I love natural buffers, and I know you guys have that going. And I've talked to staff, and they think the smaller buffer is appropriate with this. Could I get you to consider that if there's any specimen-sized trees, like within a 50-foot area, that you guys would get with staff on those? I'm not real sure, but it's got some very beautiful canopies there. So how do I word this, Mr. Jeffrey?
If I may, Commissioner, I think the
there you are.
Right here, Tad. You may want to consider if the applicant would consider a condition that would just say they would have the 20-foot buffer as recommended by P&Z, but in that 50-foot boundary, if there were any specimen trees, that they make all efforts to save those during construction.
That makes me sound smart. Is that?
Okay, but you said 20 and then you said 50, so.
It's a 20-foot buffer, I think, is what's been agreed to, but the concern, or I think what the commissioner is interested in, is when you look at the aerial photograph, there's appears to be some canopy trees in there that if they can be saved during construction, she would like to make sure that those are maintained and safe.
Would you do your best to try to maintain and save those trees?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I make a motion to approve with the.
Are we taking now
I don't think so.
H8? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
Jeff, we need to do one at a time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Motion on the floor by Commissioner Pritchett. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Feltner seconds. Any comments? Hearing no comments, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries. Jeff, you want to go ahead? You already did it for the next one also? Commissioner Pritchett, go ahead.
Motion to approve item H9.
There's a motion by Commissioner Pritchett, seconded by Commissioner Goodson.
And that
Morris,
motion
did you have a
is-
comment?
That motion is subject to the binding development plan as discussed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries. Thank you very much. All right. Let's take a 5-minute break, please. Okay, Jeff, the ball is in your court, sir.
Yes, sir. So items 10 and
H10 and 11,
are companion
correct.
applications. I'm going to read them into the record together. However, you'll have to have separate motions for each. So item 10 is Gen Florida 48 LLC requests adoption of the 2023-2 large-scale plan amendment to change the future land use designation from Res 1 to 2.5 to Res 4 in community commercial. Tax account numbers are 3000277, 3000368, 827, and 829 located in District 5. Item H11 is Gen Florida 48 LLC requests to change the zoning classification from GU and AU to PUD 23 PUD 0005. Tax account numbers 3000277, 368, 827, and 829, also located in District 5.
Okay, Tad, did you want to do that now, or?
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Calkins,
Chair.
please.
So on the PUD application associated with this request, there's.
Excuse me, Ms. Rezanka, are you, I just want to make sure you catch what he's saying. Are you already in tune with him? I am, sir. Okay,
So
thank you.
there's 14 conditions, and one of the ones, if I'd like to make a slight modification to, and I spoke with the developer ahead of time on this, and our fire chief, and everybody's in agreement with it, and I just want to make sure that the board understands what we're doing. So it would be condition number 10B, and it currently reads that prior to approval of the construction plans and preliminary subdivision plat or site plan, the developer shall donate or convey to the county in fee simple 3 acres of land to be used for a fire station. Well, it's come to our attention with all the fire station and in conversations with Palm Bay and our staff that the proposed location that they have, given that there's some planned fire stations in the city of Palm Bay, they may not provide the most efficient service. So what we want to be able to do is, and the developers agreed to this, is to look at a different site potentially throughout their project. So what I'm asking for with the board's permission is to modify that condition to say, where it says B, we would just insert execute an agreement for the donation / conveyance to the county in fee simple 3 acres of land to be used for a fire station in that first sentence. And I think what that does is it gives us the opportunity to work with the developer to find the appropriate location for that fire station as they develop.
Okay, but I would like to add that when we asked the developer to donate the 3 acres of land, they had no obligation whatsoever to donate this land. So they're completely doing it out of their own goodwill, and as a result of that, we're moving forward with a positive fashion, and what you guys did with the city and trying to put it together, I think is extremely good. But I did want it noted that there was no mandatory need for a fire station at that site. Am I correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you, sir. All right. Jeff, you got anything else, or Mrs. Rezanka?
Good evening, Chairman Steele, members of the County Commission. My name is Kim Rezanka with Lacey Lyons Rezanka, 1290 US 1 Rockledge, Florida. I'm here on behalf of Gen Florida 48 LLC and the developer owner representative Sunterra Communities. With me representing the developer is Richard German and Dan Edwards. The engineer of record, Polis and Bennett, represented by Andrew Ivy, is here to answer questions. Planner Jesse Anderson is also here to answer questions, and the transportation engineer, James Taylor of Kimley Horn, will actually present and answer questions as well. As you know, we've been before you in May of 2024 for the future land use amendment transmittal hearing. At that time, and still today, we're seeking a future land use amendment of 1,109.57 acres. The purpose is to allow a mixed-use development. The PUD application is now before you. When we met with you in May, we said we would limit the density to 3 units to the acre, and now that you have the PDP, that's exactly what it's doing, as well as the PDP. BDP will also limit it to 3 units to the acre. The request is for 1,082.57 acres for residential 4, limited to 3 units to the acre by the PDP, and 27.33 acres of community commercial, which will allow 398 acres, 390,000 square feet of retail. And this is for residents for goods and services. That will also allow for the 3-acre fire station. When we were before you in May, we offered 2 acres. They've come back and said they need 3 because they don't have sufficient fire capacity in the county at that area. And the developer has agreed to do that. The developers agreed to work with the county if they need it in a different location than right there on Babcock to serve Rolling Meadows or some other development as well, that they're willing to work with the county as to wherever they find it best to put that 3-acre fire station. The PUD rezoning is for 3,241 units and the 398,000 square foot of retail. This is located north and east of Deer Run, south of Willowbrook Street, west of Babcock Street, known as County Road 507 in this area. And there's a 100-foot plus drainage ditch and right-of-way around the property, blocking, as a buffer between Deer Run and all the way around the property, not on Babcock Street. There is a large strip of land to the north, about 100 foot wide at parts, owned by James Satori and Jarrick Holdings, and this does not allow them to annex into the city. So there's a strip between the property and the Willowbrook to the north. This has been a challenging project. We did have a community meeting. There were many concerns. I'm sure you'll hear some more tonight. There are many concerns, as you remember, at the meeting in May. And but this growth is coming. This area has an abundance of development forthcoming. Rolling Meadows, Lotus, Cypress Gardens, to name a few. And we'll go through that here with the PowerPoint. That is the location, and that is the request. Currently, the future land use is 1 to 2.5 units to the acre. That is the location I've described, and you can see to the north of that yellow line, there is a strip of land that is not adjacent to the city of Palm Bay and stops the adjacency. Also, too, as you may know, that area north that says Willowbrook and Sarteri, that is the Rolling Meadows that de-annexed from Palm Bay back into the county in 2019. This is the surrounding developments in the area, just to give you a sense of what's out there. And you can see that what is coming and what is out there has density as great as 20 units to the acre. Immediately to the north at Rolling Meadows is 2 units to the acre. And this is 3 units to the acre. This is a transition from the Waterstone of 5 to 20 units to the acre. You have Parkway mixed use, Pete's Holding, that's actually now called Lotus, that's to the east. You have Emerald Lakes, you have Calumet Farms, you have Ashton Park. These are all very large developments coming in. This Centera Lakes will provide substantial amount of fees, proportionate fair share fees, impact fees, to help with the expansion of Babcock, expansion of utilities. And so this will help facilitate the fixing of Babcock Road. And as I said, this is what is going on in this area. This is the growth that's happening in the area. And with that, I'm going to ask James Taylor to come up.
Good evening. For the record, James Taylor, representing the applicant from Kimley Horn, offices at 200 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida. So as one of the things that we evaluate for a site like this undergoing a future land use amendment and also a site plan evaluation is we do a number of analysis, and one of them is mandated by the state, where we look at roadway capacity and what the area looks like in the short term, which is like a 10-year outlook, and then a long-term horizon. That study was performed and submitted, approved by the staff. The main outcome of that report is the identification of a deficiency of Babcock Street from Miko Road to Grant in both of those long-term horizons, and recommends, in order to mitigate that widening, that it will mitigate that deficiency, that the roadway will need to be widened to 4 lanes in the future. We also do another study that kind of dials into the operations at the driveways and at the intersections to make sure turn lane links are provided in the future that are adequate to serve the project, but also serve the background volumes. And that goes through a methodology beforehand so that staff agrees with the assumptions that we put into the methodology. That has been approved. It identified a study area more than 5 miles in radius, and what the background traffic assumptions would be, the project traffic assumptions, and then how those trips will distribute through the area based on DOT's latest regional travel demand modeling. It identifies roadway capacity like the previous study, but for the build out of the project. It also identifies intersection and driveway operational performances and mitigations that need to be in place to serve both the project and the background traffic. This figure identifies that study area with the blue radius being a 5-mile area. The percentages that you see on the roadways that are coded in red as identified as study area roadways are the percentage of the external project trips that are going to see those roads in the future. And every little red dot there are intersections that are to be evaluated in the TIA, the traffic impact analysis, and the little blue dots are the proposed access at this point. So the outcome of these studies is going to identify project impacts, and the way it does that is it evaluates the background deficiencies before the project comes online, and then also any new deficiencies as a result of the project, and that's the way that we quantify the project share of any mitigation that needs to occur. And I'll be standing by for any questions.
Sure. Commissioner Goodson.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't understand anything you said, but you were good. You were good. Tell me, from the front gate of that project, how far north and how far south are you planning on 4-laning Wickham?
You mean Babcock?
Babcock Street.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Babcock.
The deficiency that has been identified in the future land use, which your staff has agreed to, is from Miko up to Grant. That segment definitely needs to be 2 to 4 lanes.
Is that 4 miles, 5 miles? I don't know.
That is a great question. I would guess it's at least 3.
Because you, by your map, you set a 5-mile radius, right?
Yes, sir.
That you're planning on 4-laning Babcock. I would assume 5 miles south, 5 miles north?
The 5 miles is just an idea of how big the study area is for the site.
Okay. Now, then, once you get past that circle you had on the map, then it goes back to 2-lane, correct? It goes back to 2-lane, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I'm going to finish.
Yeah, go ahead, Kim. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Rezanka, excuse me.
Thank you. So as shown, there's going to be impacts, there's deficiencies in infrastructure, but that's what proportionate fair share is for. That's what the Florida statutes allow, and it's anticipated in these exact circumstances. It's not a reason to deny because there's deficient infrastructure. We just have to fix the infrastructure, the project. So next is the actual, one of the pages from the PDP for the PUD zoning. It's actually a 7-page document that's in your packet. This is just a portion of it. This also asks for several waivers. So in the BDP, there are the waivers that are requested, and we'll go through those here as well. But as you see, this is the proposed development. The yellow is the residential. The light green is passive recreation. The middle color green is active recreation. The very dark area is wetland. The oranges color is impacted wetlands. The impacted wetlands are not substantial. I'll have to tell you those numbers. The blue is stormwater, and the very dark is, which is not here, but you'll see the lake, which is kind of a gray color. And that is a large lake that is intended to be recreation for the residents only. This is to show the buffering from the Deer Run neighborhood. And this is generally just to show there's that existing canal of 100 feet. There's a proposed buffer track of 50 feet, and then you also have the lot lines and the setbacks. So just from property line to property line, it's a minimum of 150 feet to the Deer Run neighbors. And then you also have the, and this is average. This is what it should be at a minimum, and then some of them will be different based upon, as you see, where the houses are located. So the yellow is the residential, so there will be some residential, but there's still going to be a buffer track between the residential and the Deer Run neighbors. And also to the neighbors to the north, there's the 100-foot right-of-way plus the 100-foot property owned by Satari. There have been questions regarding school impacts. There has been a concurrency review, and there is going to be insufficiency in the elementary and middle schools. This developer and all the developers in the area have met with the school board, are continuing to work with the school board to locate new schools. Currently, there's capacity by bringing in portables for another few years, but ultimately there's going to have to be redistricting and changes. But as you all know, again, as we've discussed, proportionate fair share allows for school concurrency. 163.31806 specifically addresses school concurrency impacts. There was concerns about fire and police response. There is an interlocal agreement with Palm Bay. There's mutual aid agreements. And obviously, Sunterra does want its residents to be safe, and it has donated 3 acres. And there will also be additional impact fees that come from this project for fire and police and EMS. Palm Bay has planned as a priority to build a fire station. Its #1 priority is in this area. They currently have approved a temporary fire station at Sunrise Elementary just to the south on Kamea property that they intend to bond next year and have it up and running in the not too distant future. Utilities, Palm Bay has agreed to provide utilities, water and sewer, and the developer will be paying to bring those to the site. This is the phasing plan. Currently, you can see on the far right in the gray where it says Phase 11, and underneath that, that's Phase 1. That's adjacent to Babcock Street. Phase 1 is the fire station spot that if it is there, that will be the first phase. If it's moved someplace else, we will work with the county to get it up and running as soon as possible. But that site will be dedicated before anything else is permitted, before. And we'll have the plats, but before the building permits are issued. So there are 10 phases planned here, plus Phase 11, the commercial. These are the waivers requested. These are to allow smaller lot sizes. There's a waiver to not require a storage facility on site. A waiver to allow building separations to be smaller, assuming that there are no utility easements impacted. There's a waiver to permit ingress and egress connecting to spine roads from internal subdivisions. A waiver regarding usable common open space to include the lake as active recreation, and a waiver to reduce rear setbacks from 20 to 15. With that, we have the engineer here, we have the developer here, we have the traffic engineer here, and the planner. If you have any other questions, we're happy to answer them. We're happy to answer questions from the public as well. That, thank you for your time. We would request approval of the change of the adoption of the future land use amendment, the adoption of the PUD zoning with the PDP and the waivers. Thank you.
Okay, Joanne Young, please.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Young. I live at 8423 Elk Avenue in Palm Bay, and that is in the Deer Run community. I am a licensed real estate broker in the state of Florida since 2002. I am the owner of 5 bordering acres in Deer Run, and this development will be in my backyard. We are an equestrian community, and currently we are building over $1 million homes in our neighborhood. And they are on 2.5 acres plus. Currently, we are the only thing out there. And your planning and zoning staff stated in the last meeting for this project that it does not comply with the Brevard County Comprehensive Plan. We are zoned AU Residential 1 2.5, as you know. So far, the only positive that Deer Run has in any of this is a fire station, because currently it is, the closest is 9 miles away. So we do pay higher insurance premiums for that reason. I'm opposed to the density for this project for the negative impact it will have on the values in Deer Run. We are the closest neighbor to Sunterra. Please vote no on the density and have the developer conform to the plan on a compromise to Res 2 as was suggested by Planning and Zoning. And I wanted to add one more thing. I don't know if this has been taken into consideration as a deficit in traffic, but when there is an accident on I-95, the traffic is rerouted to Babcock Street from Fellsmere to St. John's Heritage Parkway, the southern. At that time, all of the I-95 traffic comes through Babcock Street. And many of our residents cannot even get out of our subdivision at that time. So I did want to add that, but I also wanted to plead with you to vote Res 2, at least as a compromise for our residents in Deer Run. We've been there for 40 years, and yes, new development is coming, and we welcome new development, but we just think that the density is way too high. The lot sizes are way too small. We still don't really know what an active recreation lake is going to have on it. I didn't really know from Ms. Rezanka's last conversation when she was up here, what does active residential lake mean? What's going to take place on that lake? Because that lake is right behind my house. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Gloria, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Kanuka?
Kanungo.
Kanugo.
Yes.
I can go sometimes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Gloria Kanungo, and I reside at 174 Deer Run Road, which is in the Deer Run subdivision. I too, like Joanne, am very concerned about the high-density development going in at Sunterra, and do recommend that the commission, like Ms. Pritchett, you were so concerned about our neighbors in North Brevard and the density of that neighborhood going in that doesn't fit with the existing neighborhood. I hope that you will consider the same for your southern neighbors, that it does not fit. It does not go with your county long-range zoning. And I'd like to address the traffic density report that the engineer gave. And I'm questioning why you didn't use the Florida Department of Transportation's assessment that was done in June. This was done by the state and does address several concerns in regards to the density of traffic that this development will cause. A 1,500% increase in traffic on Interstate 95. They didn't address Interstate 95 at all. You should have copies of this. It was requested, it was given. I can give you mine if you need it. So I'd like you to consider that. Babcock Street isn't the only thing that is impacted by this. I'd like to know, yes, Palm Bay has said that they're going to provide sewer and water, but it's my understanding that it has to be done prior to the road being improved. what kind of time frame are we looking at? That hasn't been addressed to us at all. The other thing I would like to talk about is the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, which this again was sent to Tallahassee to do an assessment of the impact that this will have on all the precious environmental land that is adjacent to this property. I don't know if y'all have read this. I hope you would have. But it does cite several reasons, and it doesn't support this development. So I would like you to take that into consideration, all the wildlife that this will impact, not only on our local level, but it also talks about a state and regional level, and Indian River County, not just Brevard. So several species, I mean, I could sit here and name them. I don't want to waste your time with that. But they also recommended studies done before any land clearing to look at habitat for several endangered species. I'd like to know if that's moving forward before any land clearing is done. Excuse me, slightly nervous. So I would like to know that if the board is going to address these concerns before they just blanketly approve this high density. Yes, high density is coming, but do we really need 5,000 more homes in a 5-mile radius? It's not conducive to what is already there. And it is my request that the board consider the compromise recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can leave these copies. These are all done by the state of Florida.
Yes, ma'am, but I do believe you put them in false light. The East Central Florida Regional Planning Council did not recommend this project to be a DRI. Those were just recommendations, number one. Number two, the FDOT thing was just recommendations. We've had our staff looking over this for a long period of time. I understand where you're coming from. There are documents that are out there, and we could study things to death. So thank you very much. I don't believe that they should be put into evidence. They're not accurate.
Just for the record, I totally disagree with you because there is a conclusion basically stating that for the reasons above, that the EFRPC cannot support approval of the future land use map amendment as proposed.
Are you an attorney, ma'am?
No, I am not.
Okay, thank you very much.
That is part of our record, ma'am.
Pardon me?
That's part of the record.
It's already part of the record? Morris?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, these are residents that live here and they do affect our lives.
Ma'am, I understand.
It doesn't sound like you care very much.
Well, let me try this a little bit harder. I do care. Thank you very much for speaking, and let's try to move forward with getting everybody's opinion this evening, okay?
I do believe I've just took my 5 minutes, but thank you.
Okay, then. All right. Cheryl Vadri? Okay. Give me a lesson on how you pronounce your last name.
I married it.
You married it?
You would have had more fun with my name.
Okay, there you go. Cheryl, please.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Salov, S-A-L-O-V, Vadney. I married that. I live at 349 Stallion Street in Deer Run, and I guess that's a Palm Bay address, but it is unincorporated county. I'm a New Yorker. I'm a transfer, not from the city, but I love the life we have. It's very, very different. I'm a suburban girl. I moved into the country. I now deal with snakes and pigs and a vast assortment of wildlife that the suburban girl never would have even seen. And it's wonderful. My concern was the future land use. Someone, somewhere, the county, had a vision for South County. How did that vision just vanish? That's my question. When I moved here 24 23 years ago. I never envisioned, everyone changes, everything changes. I have clothes. I have 3 closets of clothes because I love change. But it's obvious to me that the changes that are proposed are inconsistent with the future land use and with the beauty of South County. Our homes are on 2.5 acres. That seems like a reasonable request to have something bordering on Deer Run. I would beg the commission to consider these size lots. They are inconsistent with South County, with the beauty of South County. I don't know if any of you live in South County. Does anybody live there? No? Oh dear, you don't know what you're missing. It's a wonderful way of life. And it can be for others too who would live in Sunterra. Please consider a change in the density. It can benefit South County. We have a lot of growth right now. We have Waterstone. We have the other developments that have come in. We've got 95. We've got all this change going on. We really, really need to consider our resources here. Thank you for your time. I stood here 23 years ago and asked this commission for to solve our flooding problem. I don't know if you are aware of that. We still have a flooding problem. So, just so you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandra Sullivan.
Sandra Sullivan, South Patrick Shores. Good evening again. As a quasi-judicial hearing, your job is to look at compatibility and look at concurrency, and if it does not comply, to reject the application. Now, first, I want to contradict Ms. Rezanka on her statement that this meets concurrency. Per state statute 1633180, sanitary sewer, solid waste, drainage, and portable water are the only public facilities and services subject to concurrency requirement on a statewide basis. So you're looking at making a comprehensive plan change, and according to the language herein, you are required to have that concurrency when you make the comprehensive plan to the state. I also want you to look at, look at compatibility. All of this area on 2 sides here, and this, which is in this block, is 1 unit per 2.5 acres. This proposal increases the density from 432 single-family units to 3,246 single-family, plus the commercial. And one thing that probably this audience does not recognize is that then they can add multifamily and Senate Bill 102 exemptions and then get under the radar because it would not come before this board. It would go straight to site planning, and they could put Senate Bill 102, quotes unquote, affordable housing. You will own nothing and be happy. Okay. So, according to your own concurrency evaluation procedures, section 62-602, it talks about concurrency, again, sewage and water. Okay, what time did I have here? And it talks about before, now this is an application prior to site plan. The previous thing was comprehensive plan changes. We've addressed that one. Now this is talking about site plan, which comes after this board. They would have to have a capacity certificate from the service proprietor for water and sewage. So I'm going to give you a copy of that. And then there's the letter from Palm Bay. Oh, wannabe Will down the road give them a new water reclamation facility and sewage, but with no timeline. Imagine that. I mean, this could be 5, 10, 20 years down the road. Who's going to pay for it? Oh, yeah, impact fees. Let's talk about that. Our impact fees for transportation have not been updated in 23 years. We have an $800 million deficit because you guys have been kicking the can down, particular District 1 and District 2, kicking that can down the road.
We can hear you just fine, Ms. Sullivan. You don't need to be yelling.
Do you like my shirt?
No.
So you've been kicking the can down and caused this crisis for the last 8 years. And for the other impact fees, they haven't been updated in 32 years. And if you haven't been paying attention, I know you guys know, but maybe the other people don't know. We have a crisis that's turning into a service failure for our EMS and EMT. Those impact fees have not been updated in 32 years. We have no way to fund the growth. You're using the commitment of the 33% that was supposed to address their pay to fixing the growth. Okay, so the two issues, and then you have flooding issues. Oh, by the way, did you guys know your rating for the FEMA flood discount in Brevard has gone from 25% down to 10%? Because we're not protecting the floodplains and we're not fulfilling our obligations under the National Flood Insurance Program. So let's revisit. You have state statute that under concurrency requirements prohibits this change to the comprehensive plan without having the concurrency for sewage and water in place, number one. Number two, this is incompatible with the surrounding area. But you know what Steele said, we'll worry about it down. You know, we'll just bring the money in from the impact fees and we'll tax the people more, won't we, right?
Well, thank you for putting words in my mouth.
No, you said it at a prior meeting.
Of course. Okay. Commissioner Pritchett, would you take the chair, please?
I certainly would, sir.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to speak?
Oh,
You're on,
I've
okay.
spoken at several meetings before, apparently.
I know, I was just going to give you the floor right now.
Thank you.
Oh, that was funny. Okay, I get it.
Okay. First of all, we have a 3% cap on our budget. As a result of that, we have difficulty paying EMT and other people additional monies. And the only way that we're ever going to get anywhere to be able to increase our services in Brevard County is by impact fees and by additional funds that come in. I have been in the real estate business here for 50 years. So I was there way before Deer Run was put into play and looked at Deer Run and said from 50 years ago that Deer Run was going to flood from now till we get additional subdivisions down there, that it's going to relieve the flooding. So let me just start with about 7 months ago, 8 months ago, 9 months ago, when SunTerra came to Brevard County, and this is in my district, and I sat down with Tad and staff and everybody else, and we worked diligently to understand exactly what they wanted to do. They met with the people down in these particular districts several times. In addition to the multiple problems that we have with interlocal agreements on Babcock Street with Palm Bay and a variety of other things, we have a heritage parkway that sits out and ends in the middle of a field. We have tremendous traffic problems. We have tremendous problems in Babcock Street. And the only way, and there's, by the way, you think this one's a big project, right behind it's two more huge ones that are much bigger than this. Mr. Satori and Andy Machado's property. And at that, and I'm going to tell you, it's coming no matter whether you like it or whether you don't. And the only way we're going to be able to get anything done in this county to make the improvements that we need to do, to relieve the traffic that we need to do, is ultimately get the Heritage Parkway connected in and move down the road. There's been comments by Ms. Sullivan tonight saying all of this wonderful stuff that like she's some big legal attorney. She's not. The the water and the sewer can be put in at the same time, and well, if Morris would like to answer that question, fine, but what we have done is done everything in our power to make sure that every T is dotted, every T is crossed, and every I is dotted to get this project done. I completely stand behind this project because it's the only way I can see that we're going to be able to get impact fees, to do additional things, to improve the roads, to improve the flooding, and to move forward with making Brevard County a safer, better place to live. And yet tonight, you know, everybody sitting up here, the 8 or 9 people that spoke, and we've had, as you well know, we've had several meetings on this where we've had a lot more than you people speaking on this. If I'm not mistaken, we sent the plan up to Tallahassee, the comp plan change up to Tallahassee, and Tallahassee approved it and sent it back. Is that not accurate?
We sent it up for their review.
Right. And they sent it back to us.
Correct.
All right. So the I'm not looking for any comments from anybody out there, please. He answered my question just fine. They reviewed it and sent it back. I do not need anything from you people out there now. And please, just let me finish, because this has to happen, and it's going to happen. You know, we're going to have some issues here tonight if we have any more stuff with the audience. So let me just try to finish this up. I am completely behind this project. There's going to be other projects that are there. We're going to have additional things that need to be done, and the only way we're going to ever be able to get this thing done is to have to get Babcock Street taken care of, the Heritage Parkway taken care of, and a variety of other things that are absolutely a necessity to increase the amount of monies that come into Brevard County to do what we need to do to make Brevard County a better place to live. So with that, Ms. Pritchett, do you, okay? Sure. Do I have any comments from the commission? All right, Ms. Rezanka, did you want to finish up this?
Thank you, Commissioner Steele, members of County Commission. I don't know what else to say after that, Commissioner Steele. We can address the concurrency issues. We have a planner and an engineer. The only thing I would state is that the active recreation will have no motorboats. It may have kayaks and canoes. It will allow swimming if the water is clean enough. I don't know. I presume it will be. Regarding the payment for utilities, that is paid by the developer. The developer is also going to have to pay for the roads, proportionate fair share, and for schools. It's over and above impact fees. So it's not impact fees. It's not the taxpayers paying for these increased in service to meet the concurrencies. And as to compatibility, again, that issue was not raised by the Department of Commerce. We have shown that this is compatible with the growth in the area. Your comp plan, your comprehensive plan talks about Res 4 and to look at surrounding land uses, not adjacent land uses. So compatibility is much larger than just what's next to you. And with that, I'd request that you approve the future land use, Res 4 is requested, and approve the PUD zoning with the PDP and the waivers as requested. If you have questions about concurrency, then we have people to answer those questions. If you have any more traffic questions, we also have the traffic engineer. But that would be my summation, sir.
Do you have a question, sir? Yeah. Go ahead.
Not to her, to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I heard your response to the chairman. We sent it to Tallahassee, sent it back. Was there any comments the state said?
There was comments, and those were provided in the addendum in your packet.
And what were the statements they said? 100% approval and everything's fine, right?
So we got comments from the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, and I don't know how in depth you want me to go into the comments.
Not in depth, but just tell me, did the state approve it and say everything was fine?
They don't approve it, they just provide us with comments.
Was there any negative comments, sir?
I guess it'd be, I wouldn't say they're negative, they're things that we should consider, part of the approval. So with that, East Central recognized, and I'm paraphrasing, their comments about the considerations should be given to future land use amendments with residential densities closer to existing density as Res 2. Now, that was from the East Central Regional Planning Council that specifically talks about the density. We did receive comments from FDP, which is the Florida Environmental Protection, that talks about BMAP, nothing to do with density. It deals with water and sewer and septic, and which the proposal is to have central water and sewer. So that could be considered being addressed. We also received comments from Florida Department of Transportation regarding I-95, and they state that the proposed amendment will have a potential impact the state the SHH significantly. What that means moving forward, that's just something that they've identified moving forward. The other comments related to Fish and Wildlife Commission about protected species that they see located on the property.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Okay. Do I hear a motion? I'd be more than happy to. I move to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion from the board? Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, now let's go to the next one that we have, which is
We need a
H11.
separate motion, sir. We need a second motion for the zoning. That motion was on the future land use amendment.
Yes, sir. So on the second motion on H11, I move that we approve the zoning in regards to AU to PUD 23 PUD 00005, tax accountant 3000277, 300368, 300827, 300829. And there's a second. Yes, ma'am?
With the BDP and the amendment to 10B.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Any more discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries.
Can we take a little break?
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. All right, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Items 12 and 13 are companion applications.
Quiet, please.
I will read both of those into the record. However, you'll need to make separate motions for each. Item 12 is Villas of Sherwood, Inc. and Sherwood Golf Club, Inc. requests a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment 23S.05 to change the future land use designation from Res 4 to Res 15. Application number is 23SS00005. Tax account number is 2100937, 2100938, 2113021, 2111319, located in District 1. Item H13, Villas of Sherwood Titusville, Inc., Algarrobo Development, LLC, Sherwood Golf Club, Inc., and TRSTE, LLC, request to change the zoning classification from GU, AU, EU, SR, RU1-11, RU1-13, and RU2-10, and RU2-15, and PUD with 2 existing BDPs to all PUD and the removal of 2 existing BDPs. Application numbers 23Z00035. Tax account numbers are 2100937, 3020, 2021, 3023, 3024, 0938, 0939, 0940, 0942, 0943, 0952, 0953, 1319, 210161, located in District 1. And just for clarification, Mr. Chair and the board members, staff is still currently reviewing the methodology for the traffic impact analysis, and at this time has not been approved. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rezanka. You're not Jim McKnight. That's Jim McKnight. Mr. McKnight, how are you, sir?
I'm well. Here. Okay. All right. I'll try to make this as brief as possible since you're going to hear from more than one of us. The proposed Sherwood PUD and the comp plan amendment, which is less than 10 acres, which is why it's a small scale request, is providing redevelopment of a golf course that has failed to continue to operate. This is a trend that is apparently countrywide in that since 2006, over 100 golf courses in our nation have closed every year. We've seen 6 in Brevard County that are no longer operating as well, or they're in the process of redevelopment. I think it's important to understand this redevelopment, that failing golf courses can impact property values in negative ways if left unattended, according to surveys done by the National Golf Foundation. The project has been through a process of 3 community meetings held in September and November of 2023 and May of 2024. All right. At each meeting, we listened to concerns regarding traffic, stormwater, safety, property values, and other issues. As you will see in our presentation, we listened and have significantly reduced the density down to 4.36 dwelling units per acre, or 595 total units. Our original presentation to the neighborhood called for 908 units. There are now 4 pods, whereas originally there were 6. 1 pod has been dedicated totally to stormwater and open space. It also will provide a new clubhouse with pool, playground, and other amenities to support the community that would be constructed. The approach for the PUD is traditional step-down zoning with the highest density along Carpenter Road with their own accesses, and reducing the density east to west as you move from east to west within the existing neighborhoods. When you get to the first single-family lot on London Town, there will only be 37 lots, all single-family, beyond that point. Everything else will be developed to the east. It reduces the traffic impact from the original plan, and it helps to address safety concerns that were brought out. Yeah, okay. I'm not a computer whiz, so bear with me. This is the existing project. The zonings were read to you. The total acreage is 136 acres plus or minus. The allowable under the current comp plan is 1,619 units. The golf course total is 132. The clubhouse and parking is a little less than 4. The proposed project currently has land use of residential 4 and residential 15. Again, the total land area. Please note that the gross density of 595 units, which is 187 single family, 408 multifamily, is 4.36 acres, units per acre, which is consistent with most single family subdivisions. I won't go over the other areas because they'll be discussed later. This just is a quick run through of some clubhouse amenities and what will be provided as a part of the development. The original submittal was submitted in April of 2023. As you can see, there were a lot more units. We are now down some 313 units than what was originally planned. Lot sizes have been changed to be much more compatible with what's in the neighborhood, and particularly when it's adjacent to other existing homes and existing lots. That was the original proposal. All the stormwater was going to be done as a part of each pod. As we'll see later, that has changed. The second submittal and neighborhood meetings were held in September and November of 2023. We reduced down to 796 units, or 5.83 units per acre. Again, there were still 6 pods. We were still treating stormwater as a part of each individual pod. That was the design at that point in time. A third neighborhood meeting was held in May of 2024, and at that we submitted a significantly revised plan at that point, where we went down to 597 units. We only had 4 pods. We had 1 pod that was dedicated to stormwater and open space completely, because we heard the drainage concerns that had come from the neighborhood. That is what we had submitted at that meeting. Following that meeting, we submitted to the staff. We got staff comments back, and we further refined it even more, which puts us right now today at 595 units, or 4.36 units per acre. This is a normal development pattern when you move from multifamily, single family attached, villas, townhomes, to only 37 single family lots that are actually adjacent to the single family homes to the west on this property. And that's the design today. All of the green is stormwater. Multifamily, you can see in the yellow. You have the villas and townhomes in the purple, and I don't know what color that is. We'll call it salmon. But and then the other blue is where the 37 lots are at today. I'm going to turn it over to Bruce Moya at this point in time, and he's going to talk about the individual pods. They're the individual, meaning 5 of those, 4 that would be developed, and 1 that will be stormwater. Oh, okay. I guess I need to state my qualifications. I am a trained planner. I was a city manager for 36 years. I'm retired from that, and I actually have a master's degree in planning. Is that enough, Mr. Attorney? University of Southern Mississippi. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Bruce Moya at this point in time. He's going to talk about the individual pods and the drainage.
You make me an expert on the computer. How do you move the computer to the next screen? Just
Down.
hit down.
Yeah,
Okay,
just,
thank
that's
you.
all you need to worry about.
Okay. Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bruce Moya. I'm the president of MBV Engineering, and for my qualifications, I've been in the engineering field for over 40 years. I've been a registered professional engineer for over 30 years, and I've been declared experts by several boards. I've done expert witness testimony for several clients for engineering types of issues that have gone legal. So I hope that qualifies me to speak today as an engineer to this board. And in all those 40 years I've been doing engineering, this one is definitely the most interesting project I've ever worked on. We've done properties that were square, properties that were rectangular, properties that were rhombuses, properties that were all kinds of different polygons, but this one is different because this is a golf course that was basically created that the whole is the property. Very unusual. So because of that, in order to really do any kind of development on this property, we have to ask for some waivers to your code. And this is pretty standard for a PUD. And my screen went blank on me. Okay. Great. Pardon me real quick. Okay, so waiver 1 is a pretty standard waiver. I think this board has granted for several PUDs, and that's a waiver to the minimum lot size in order to have flexibility in design. I think most PUDs ask for smaller lots so that they can provide more open space. So that's waiver number 1. I think that's fairly standard. I don't want to get into much detail on that. Waiver number 2 is to reduce the required setback. So because we have this property that's basically a golf course hole, the width is long. It's long and skinny. And so the width is it's very hard to put a lot, a road, a open space, and stormwater and all those things in that very skinny piece of property. So we're asking for a waiver to reduce the rear setback. Waiver number 3 is the waiver to the right-of-way. So a standard right-of-way is 50 feet. However, because we have such a skinny piece of property, we're asking for a 30-foot right-of-way, and then we'll be providing 10-foot easements instead of a 50-foot total right-of-way. We'll have 50 feet, but 20 of it will be an easement, which isn't unusual. There used to be PUDs where there was no right-of-way. They used to put the lot line down the center line and the whole right-of-way and all the utilities would be in an easement. So that's not unusual, but that is maybe a request we haven't heard in a while. And then waiver number 4 is basically the same waiver, but only in the pods where we have the villas, where we're going for a 30-foot right-of-way and 5-foot easements on each side, because they're not, single-family detached units. Waiver number 5 is a waiver to allow a cul-de-sac within 50 feet of a property boundary. So if you look at the width of the property and you say 50 feet and 50 feet and then 100 feet for the cul-de-sac, you've run out of property. So what we're trying to do, because we have to have a cul-de-sac in order to have a fire access turnaround for fire, garbage, everything else, we would, instead of having the setback, we would provide heavier landscaping and a wall to prevent any maybe something to the neighbors that might be undesirable. And I wanted to point out there's 2 locations in this area right now that already don't meet that requirement. One cul-de-sac is actually at the edge of the existing PUD that it was created in, and another one's within just a few feet. Waiver number 6 is a waiver to the 15-foot perimeter buffer. So the county has a requirement for all subdivisions and PUDs that you have to have a 15-foot buffer tract around the entire perimeter of the property. This has been waived before. We're not necessarily waiving the buffer and the landscaping. We're just waiving the fact that it needs to be in a tract. We will provide the buffering and easements, but we don't have the room to actually provide the tract. Now, the reason for that tract in the very beginning, and I'm very familiar with this because I'm not sure if every one of you know, but I used to be the county's development engineer for a short period of time. And I brought this code to the board, not by choice, but there was a lot of development going on at the time, and they were developing very, very large tracts of land up against existing subdivisions. And because of all the clearing, a lot of the people were complaining that they were getting a lot of issues with the clearing. So the board said, well, let's provide a buffer between the new development and the old development. This is already developed. It's already a golf course. So there's no natural buffer between the golf course and the neighboring properties. So there's nothing to preserve. So what we're going to do is, instead of trying to meet a preservation requirement, we're going to go ahead and install those landscape features. And then waiver number 7, I believe, has been waived before, but there is a requirement in a PUD for multifamily that if you go over a certain amount of floors, you have to have first floor parking, like in a garage. I think that's maybe meant for urban areas. This is not an urban area, and to have first floor parking, I think, would fly in the face of affordability. And so we're asking for a waiver of that, and I think that waiver has been granted by this board before. And I believe that is all the waivers. Who's next on the hit list? Okay. Thank you for your time, unless you have any questions, or did you want me to get into drainage now? Okay, here we go. Let me catch up here.
Whatever you'd like. You tell me what you want.
Let me see if I can get up.
Okay.
I'm going to continue on. Sorry, they want me to address drainage.
We're only going to give you another 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay,
so
I appreciate
that.
And this is important because drainage has been the #1 issue for this project since day one. So it's very well known that there's a drainage problem in this area. And as soon as we found out about it, we met with staff. And we had a very long meeting, and staff was generous in providing us information on where this flooding is happening and what they were going to be looking for in order to try to solve this drainage problem for the county. So that was a big reason why we actually took out all those lots in that one pod and created a stormwater park. So we're creating a lot of lake and a lot of volume to displace the floodwaters that are currently going on the neighbors. So the plan is to do a very detailed engineering model to find out exactly where the problems are and exactly how to solve them. So we feel confident that this project will solve the continuing flooding problems that the neighbors continue to complain about, and it will not make it worse. It will make it better. I'm sure your staff is going to ensure that, and we'll be providing all the engineering data to ensure that we will be an asset to the drainage situation out here. So unless you have any other questions, I think that's...
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Mr. Mola, I watched the P&Z meeting, and I was listening to the stormwater part intently because there is some water issues out there. Part of it's, some things we're fixing as well. But I did hear you mention this, and I want to clarify it, that, of course, you have to maintain your own stormwater, and you said that you were going to make sure that your stormwater, because naturally some of it's flowing onto other properties, that you're going to find a way to make sure the stormwater on these properties are no longer going to flow on to the neighboring properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I thought that was a pretty interesting statement when you said it, so I just wanted to get that on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds left for anybody from the applicant side to speak if they need to. If not, we're going to move forward. Okay. Yes, sir, go ahead.
James Taylor for the record, Kimley Horn and Associates, 200 South Orange. I am a registered engineer in the state of Florida, have been since 2009, previously got degrees at UCF and USF, have served as expert witness on cases in the state. I'm going to skip ahead a few slides so that we can talk about traffic. All right, so traffic for the site, similar to all applications that come before this agency, we go through a TIA methodology. It gets approved by the county before we proceed with the actual analysis. You heard from your staff tonight that TIA methodology may not have been approved yet. I provided an email where it was approved on August 1st, conditional to a couple of things that we have agreed to. So the statement in that email was basically to the point of it's approved as long as you don't take any issues with these additional comments. So within that TI methodology, it identifies a study area. You can see on this figure that the study area is very, very broad, everything in red, and all of those numbers and letters are intersections that are going to be evaluated. The trip distribution was performed per DOT's latest District 5 regional travel demand model. And when we do this analysis, we're going to look at all these things for deficiencies, compare them to what the code requires, identify those deficiencies, and mitigate where necessary. This is a slide that we put together so that we can have some perspective on the most impacted road, which is Carpenter Road. For 595 residential units, that generates about 4,000 trips. And then if you break that into the PM peak hours, it's about 10% of that, which is about 356 PM trips. Those trips have 5 ways to get out to Carpenter's Way. And as you heard from Mr. McKnight, the way that this has been set up is the density is most up on Carpenter's Road so that there's less impact into the internal roads. On Carpenter's in particular, today that carries about 5,000 trips per day. That's an existing volume to capacity ratio of 32%. So that road today is operating at 32% of its capacity. 87% of this project is anticipated to impact Carpenter's Road north of Lennoxtown. And when that occurs, that additional 87% of this project's traffic plus background growth equates to about 9,000 trips in the future, so about double the existing volumes. That road is still going to operate at less than 60% of the capacity in the future. Do we want to try to squeeze environmental? Sorry, these slides.
Just have about 45 seconds.
Well, good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Tim Maslin with Florida Environmental Consulting, 1835 20th Street, Vero Beach, Florida. I'm a certified environmental consultant with 24 years of ecological, biological, wetland, protected species, and land development experience. So one of the first things that we should remember is that from an ecological perspective, the Sherwood property is not native habitat. We recognize it as a disturbed golf course, which does have some remnant ecological features that we'd like to protect in conjunction with the community. We've produced environmental impact reports detailing the expected ecological impacts, and those include potential impacts to trees, wetlands, gopher tortoises. However, we also propose to study potential scrub jays, wood storks, and crested caracara, and satisfy all the questions and comments from the Fish and Wildlife Service, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, do any mitigation and remediation as might be necessary, including with arsenic and potential hazardous and contaminated waste in the ground.
Okay, thank you so very much. All right, Richard Horvath.
Thank you for
taking my words. Richard Horvath, I'm at 4418 Sherwood Forest Drive. Reason I'm here is I'm in support of this project. Golf course is there, it's not doing anything. I believe that this is something I'd want to be a part of as far as living there. I live in Sherwood Forest now. The animals, it's just amazing. The animals that come up and are taking advantage of this space. And I'm all for this project. And I just want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Wilfred Santiago?
Good evening. My name is Wilfredo Santiago. I'm a retired combat veteran. Been living there for a few years. The reason why I moved there was
Could you please state your address, please, and where you
4510 London Town Road, right there in Sherwood. My property is attached to one of the holes. Reasons why I moved there is because it is calm. I need the peace. I'm sure that fellow veterans that do live there have the same reasons. A lot of the things that I want to say will be said by others, so I'll keep it short. One thing that I want to say is the schooling. I'm questioning if the schools will be able to handle that many students. Right now, I do have a child who's on the waiting list for Head Start, even though she's got siblings in the same school. And if that's the case, what type of impact is it going to have for future students trying to get in there? As far as the flooding, so they've done a pretty good job at mitigating their drainage, but it all goes to one place, and that's the St. John's. When Route 46 was flooded after Ian for approximately 2 months, Arnold Palmer, which is about 75 to 100 yards from my house, was flooded that whole time as well. So just because they're taken care of doesn't mean everybody else is going to be taken care of as well. So again, PTSD, combat veteran, I need the peace. I don't do well around crowded people, and I don't do well in crowded traffic situations as well. And I do have a couple neighbors who are the same way. That's all I got.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Yes, sir.
Tom Erdman. Hello, Tom.
Hello there. Thank you. So, okay, my name is Tom Erdman. I live at 4791 Squires Drive in Sherwood. I've been there since 1991. I started the Save Sherwood community to help fight with this, and I sent a lot of you the petition we had early on that has 647 signatures from our community asking this not to be rezoned. And so I'm asking this to either be voted down or to let's delay this for a couple reasons. Reason number one, a decision of this magnitude should be delayed because in January we're going to have 3 new county commissioners, and that includes District 1 that this directly affects. And starting in 2025 is when it's really going to start happening. And I'm sure the new commissioners don't want to hear us complaining about it because they're saying, I didn't get the vote on this. And number 2, no rezoning should be done for the golf course until we do have, I know they're planning on their soil samples, but how can we be sure what the arsenic level is in the golf course? As we all know, arsenic is popular or is present in most old golf courses because they use it in herbicides and fertilizers in the 70s and 80s. And Sherwood was started in 68, 69 time frame. And so when they start bringing the bulldozers in, that becomes a health hazard to us. Dirt's going to get blown around, and we need to see, before anything is done, how much arsenic there is, what's their risk mitigation, because that is a health concern to all the neighborhood. And I'm sure you're going to hear this one all over the place, is the flooding. Our friends at MBV, looks like they've done a great job with the flooding, but these are all preliminary results, preliminary drawings. Nothing should be done until we see the detailed plans. You don't build a rocket until you see detailed plans. We don't start building homes and communities until we see detailed plans. And that includes where does the water flow pattern go, how much retention capabilities do they have, and let the community actually see that. Then the water pressure capacity. So in April, May timeframe, we got a letter email from the MIMS Water Department stating that conserve water at max capacity, you're going to have low water pressure. And so I did talk to some of the people in the fire department complaining, so that could suck for us. My house catches fire, we don't have adequate water pressure, what are you going to do? And he agreed and also said that it's a safety hazard to his firemen. And I understand they're trying to up the capacity and build new resources for water, but once again, as a community, I think we have the right to see how is that scheduled plan going to lay over with what the development is, not just in Sherwood, but all over North Brevard. And quality of life for the residents. You know, a lot of us move there for small town atmosphere and just for the tight neighborhood we have. You know, we have golf cart parades, potluck dinners under oak trees. Then, of course, our very famous luminaries and Christmas lights. And then, you know, I'm not saying nothing should be done. I would like to look at all options. Before all this started years ago, I called Milton, the owner of the golf course, and asked him, say, can we work out a deal where if you live on the property, let me buy the property behind my house? And we tried to talk it over, but he stopped calling back. So I'd like to look at these options. And yes, we'd have to work with all the county commissioners and see what makes sense. And I've also had two different groups, Royal Oak Ministry, they've shown an interest in it, and also a group from the west coast of Florida, Helping God Saves Our Babies. He's an ex-PGA golfer, and he teaches autistic and Down syndrome kids how to play golf. So then the last thing, if we're going to vote on it today, which again I would prefer it get delayed, I would ask our District 1 representative to recuse herself in that she has taken received about $14,000 in donations for her campaign from people that have direct ties to this, and that includes the lawyer Kimberly Rezanka, MBV, the Fishers, and it's not illegal, but it has the appearance of not the best we should do for the county. So in closing, what do we want to leave our kids and grandkids? Do we want an overdeveloped community with inadequate infrastructure, crowded schools, crowded roads, and a river that's so polluted that we can't even swim in? Or do we want to do what's right? Let's delay this vote, and let's put a pause and do what's right for all of North Brevard.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Richard Jones.
Hello, Richard Jones, 4930 Squires Drive. A couple things I want to get into first. Tom said we had 647 people in our neighborhood against it. We also had a stack of letters at the P&Z that I had mentioned. That stack was about this thick. Mr. Moya said that he had several residents come up to him, said he was in favor of it. We didn't hear from a single resident, except for one. The gentleman that talked earlier, Richard Horvath, he said he was in favor of it. That was interesting. What we did not know is he's the seller's broker. So yeah, he's going to get a huge percentage. Of course he's in favor of it. He also said, if you listen to the P&Z, that he had wolves in his backyard. That's historic because there are no wild wolves in the state of Florida. You can look it up. It is documented. It doesn't exist. So first he hid exactly who he was, then he gave a false statement. The other side, I'm sure Bruce knew about this, didn't present that. I think that's unethical. Might not be illegal, but it's definitely unethical. It's not what we want. It's not truthful. Second off, I want to talk about, before the P&Z, we had the Natural Resource Management Department that actually told us what the traffic was going to be like. Both sides got to see it. The notes are online. Their notes were 5,253 traffic per day. At the P&Z, the other side said, the developers, 4,500. Now it's 4,415. That's a difference of 838 traffic per day. That may not sound like a lot, but it comes out to over 305,000 extra per year. And there's only one way in and one way out of London Town Road. There just is. That's the way it is. They said they're going to put other roads in there to try and mediate and make it easier to get out of there. If you've ever seen the golf course in the layout, it's not easy. Like Bruce said, it's the hardest project he ever had to work on. The reason why? It's a golf course. That's the way it's set up. You can't cram houses in there. It doesn't work. Next, I'd like to just give a shout out to all my fellow residents that showed up here and at the planning and zoning for 5.5 hours. We really appreciate all your support. It's not that easy to have. And not only do we have resident support, but we have support from all these different political parties and candidates. Here tonight, we actually have the Republican, the Democrat, and the Libertarian that's running for Rita's spot in District 1. They're all here. They're all in favor. It goes across the board. It's very deep. It goes all the way up. Just today, we got Chase Tremont, Florida House of Representatives, backing us. So this is not just a local thing. This is now a statewide item that's going on, and support is overwhelming, and it's all one side. There's a reason that it's all one side. Next, we want to talk about the flood. At the planning and zoning, they didn't have answers. I asked Mr. Moya at that time, I hope you have answers. Still no answers. He had all that time, still no answers. Like Tom said, you can't build a rock without the plans. It just isn't there. You can't say, I hope, or I might do this, or in the future we might have a study done. It needs to be done now. You just can't okay it if you don't have the study. If you don't have a means to make it work, you just can't say okay and have it work. Finally, the drainage problem that we're talking about and the retention ponds that they're building are right behind Squires. They've said that it was built to flood. It's going to gather and flood. Or is it going to flood? It's going to flood into those houses on Squires first. Well, I live on Squires. That's not very encouraging for me. They're putting my house at risk, knowing they're putting my house at risk. I just don't see ethically and morally how this can ever be passed now. So I would hope for a delay if we don't get a no. But I think this is pretty simple and cut and dry. I don't think this is as hard as we're making it out to be. This is a no. It doesn't work. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ruth Amato.
Good evening. Timing is everything. I can't imagine anyone's missed the news on how the state wants to allow golf courses in state parks. It's been a hot topic on social media and news cycles. They call it the Great Outdoor Initiative. I bring that up because this agenda item, it ties to this agenda item specifically. The state's idea behind it is to create outdoor space for recreation. We all know tourists flock here for our weather and our outdoor recreation opportunities. In meetings concerning this proposal, including tonight, it has been implied golf courses are not profitable here. Sorry. Hence the need for rezoning into housing. I argue that not even the state would agree with the assessment. I can't imagine the state of Florida, despite it being a stupid idea to destroy state parks, would allow an unprofitable venture to go forward. A quick Google search will provide multiple reputable websites showing statistics that the golf economy impact in the United States was over $101.7 billion in 2022, at an increase of 20% since 2016, providing 1.6 million jobs in the United States with a wage of approximately $80 billion. In the August 12th meeting, and again tonight, Mr. McKnight stated Sherwood Golf Course is a golf course that failed to continue to operate. For those of us sitting in the audience like myself, that would imply that there was some type of financial failure in that. But seeing as how golf has increased in economic value over 20% from 2016 to 2022, that would indicate that the failure might not be financially. Maybe it's management. Maybe people retired and sold. Implying that without the proper context to the statement is an intentional deception to make you believe it's necessary to build houses on the golf course in order for it to be profitable. When the truth is, he bought a golf course and he knew exactly what he was getting. It's golf course. And golf courses, according to the state of Florida and its financial statistics, are profitable if he chose to make it the golf course that it actually is. Furthermore, the flooding, Sherwood, if you go back on all of the maps, Sherwood was a swamp. It's a fact. I've entered it into record multiple times. They drained that swamp and they made Sherwood. Would we allow that today? Would we even consider the idea of draining a swamp and filling it in for housing development? It's highly illegal. No one can go for that. So to stand up here and ask for 7 waivers because it doesn't fit the design of the golf course, well, of course it doesn't. And of course there's drainage issues. Businesses fail. Investors make bad investments. It is not the community's responsibility to shoulder the burden of someone's bad land investment. He bought a golf course. Golf. It could be made profitable if he chose to make it profitable, but it's so much easier to subdivide that property and build houses and sell them and make a quick buck. The fact that he's not willing to put something into the community and stick around tells you that the developer only cares about how quick he can sell and make a buck, because there's nothing invested into this community. The county has lost 3 lawsuits in Sherwood over flooding. I live at 1950 Tomato Farm Road, which is just down the street from there. I'd like to know, when we finish flooding, worse than what we already are, who do we sue? Because they're going to be gone. Can we sue the developer? Or do we still have to sue ourselves to make you guys see reason? Furthermore, out of curiosity, before most meetings, I thought it was to be disclosed if any of the commissioners had meetings with the lawyer or the developer prior to this meeting. And granted, I was like maybe 30 seconds or so late coming back in the meeting, and maybe I missed that. But if not, has that been entered into the record of which commissioners have met with which developers or the developer's lawyer prior to this meeting? Which I find curious, because my phone calls and emails fell on deaf ears from my commissioner. Which I would ask that Rita Pritchett, Commissioner for District 1, recuse herself from this vote, because she has not given the people the time she's given the developers. Thank you.
I believe all of the conversations that are had between commissioners and the developer is put in writing to the county attorney. Is that correct, Morris?
They're all made a part of the official file.
Yes, ma'am.
Traditionally disclosed prior to agenda item like they have been in the past?
Well, we've been putting them in writing ever since I've been here and sending them to the county attorney. So.
Okay, it wasn't that way the last time I was at a last couple county.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you. We have approximately 20 cards left at 5 minutes a card. So, we can either, and please don't think I'm being disrespectful, but we're hearing a lot of the same things. So let's try to keep it to things that might be new, that are important to you. I know that I could take this and cut the time to 3 minutes, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave it at 5 minutes so that everybody feels like they're getting a fair shake at their conversation tonight. So with that, Joanne Jones, please.
I'll be quick. As everyone knows, flooding is a huge concern. However, not all the houses in Sherwood, Joanne Jones, 4930 Squires Drive, Titusville. I live in Sherwood. Currently, right now, we just closed on our house in March. And we moved there because of the atmosphere. The view looking out my back, my huge rear window. I overlook the golf course. Now, when I look out the window, I'm going to see a flood. I'm going to see that retention pond, and I'm going to watch it flooding my house. Also, right now, my house is not considered in the flood zone, surprisingly enough. So flood insurance is optional for me. I got it anyways, but not everyone will be able to do that. And also, some insurance companies could drop us because now we're in flood zones. And with the homeowners insurance crisis in Florida, what are we left to do? What do we do? And this meeting was supposed to be dependent upon the buyers applying for and submitting all of the plans. That has not taken place. They were supposed to put in for a postponement It was said during the last P&Z meeting. And still currently, what is there? The engineering plans for flooding, the traffic analysis. I mean, how can this even go through if we don't have all the information as residents? It's not okay. And also, our home values will decrease, absolutely, with all this new congestion and all of this noise pollution that will happen during the construction, during all these new residents moving in, because not everyone's going to be a homeowner, there's going to be renters now. So, going off of a golf course magazine isn't very credible to me. I would want something from a realtor, compared market analysis, something from a realtor to show me and prove to me that my house value is not going to go down. We just moved in, you know, and I need to keep my family safe. I'm not going to be up all night during a storm waiting for the flood water to come in and ruin the house that we just bought. It's just not okay. Let me see. We already addressed the water pressure issues. And just like at the last P&Z meeting, you know, build smart. Like Tom had said, build smart. We can't risk our houses because of new construction and development. And I do agree with you, Mr. Steele, that we want to make Brevard better. I do. But we can't do that at the expense of our house and our investment, our property, our lives, you know what I mean, and our expenses. Because when all this floods, there will be a class action lawsuit, there will be something, because what are we gonna do? There's still no plans at all whatsoever to show us what they will do in the effect, in place of the flooding. I am seriously right behind the retention ponds, and it's concerning to me. And are they gonna enclose the retention ponds? Are they gonna put fencing to protect the children that could fall in a split second, or the gators that are gonna climb over the fence? What's gonna happen? How is that gonna protect us? What are they gonna put in place around the retention ponds to prevent catastrophe? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officers, you know, if you can find a place to sit down where you've got a view of everything, please do. I hate to have you standing up for another 2 hours here. So if that's up to you, but I just did want you to know that I think would be okay with that. This is a friendly crowd. So if you need to sit down, please do. Joanne Jones. Oh, I just talked to you. Yes, we talked a lot about flooding and valuation. Laura Mora. Oh, God, that's Sandra Sullivan's. Don't lose that one. Holy mackerel.
Laura Mora.
Okay.
4460 London Town Road. I'm in Sherwood. I have a bachelor's degree in business administration, if you needed to know my qualifications. I came from South Florida. I moved here to get away from South Florida and the development in South Florida. I'm going to say a lot of the same stuff, but it's my home, so I'm fighting for it. Just saying. The owner of the property lives in California. The developer lives in Miami. The engineering group is out of Melbourne. And when they leave, I still live there. And I live on the very famous London Town Road, which is the major access road. I live on what was the 10th hole. There was going to be townhouses there. They changed it. Thank you for changing that. Appreciate that. Now there's going to be a wall behind my house because they're going to put a turnaround so the lights don't come in my house. Right now there's a 10th fairway that I look out on. It's very lovely. We did volunteer to buy the property from the owner. He turned us down. One of our residents volunteered to buy the golf course and maintain it as a golf course. He turned them down. Another member of the golf course volunteered to buy the golf course. He turned them down. We live in a capitalist society. I am a capitalist. So I like to make money as much as the next guy. But there's a book called The 7 Ways of, I it's escaping me now. It's Stephen Covey. And when you have a good deal, that means everybody wins. And right now, the only people who are going to win are the people who are going to build and take their money and go home. And the people who live there are not going to win. I applaud the effort at the flooding situation that we talk about. Bruce is going to fix. He says he's going to fix it right down the street from us at Garden Street and Carpenter. There is a new development, and those homes do not flood. However, the exit at 95 on the Garden Street floods every time there's a thunderstorm, and they have to put battens there just so that we can drive through. So good intentions are wonderful, but that doesn't mean that it's going to work, because that is failing right now at 95 and Garden Street. I'm concerned about the trees. I spoke about them at the Planning and Zoning Board when I went to one of the community meetings that they held for us, which were appreciated. I asked the tree guy, because I don't know what his name is or his title, so I call him Tree Guy, said, okay, Tree Guy, so how many trees are you going to keep? And he said, I don't know. And I said, but okay, I need a number, because if you've been to Sherwood, Sherwood is beautiful. There are beautiful trees everywhere. And he said, well, we have to retain 10%. And the builder and et cetera, who was sitting behind me as I spoke, I was told later, shook their head that's not what they intend. But what you intend on a drawing and what actually happens ends up being different things. So he committed to keeping 10%, that to me was committing to get rid of 90%. And until there's something that proves differently, that's the only thing I got, except for a head shake saying that that's not what they want to do. So the flooding, the arsenic, the trees, the gopher tortoises, my street that I get in and out of the driveway, the kids who ride their bikes, etc. It's our home. We don't want this to happen. We appreciate that the project has been cut back. So let's cut it back some more. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Louis Vassalor, is that correct?
Yeah, it's close.
Close enough for government work. All right.
Hey, I'm Louis Vassalor. I live at 4460 Buttonbush Drive. Resident of Titusville since 1964. And grew up running around in those woods everywhere. And it took me about 40 years to save enough money to buy a house in that neighborhood. I could have bought in Melbourne, could have bought in Merritt Island, could have bought in Palm Bay. And I bought in Sherwood because of what the community is like. And for these guys to come in and change it from what it is, I just retired, looking to spend my next, hopefully, 30 years relaxed in a nice neighborhood. For these guys to walk in here and change that, and I got to give them credit, Jim and Bruce and James and Tim. They reduced it from 900 down to 600, and the Planning and Zoning Board did everything but butter their toast. They did such a great job in doing a great thing for us. They didn't do a great thing for us. They didn't do crap for us. The residents don't want it. They don't want it.
Okay, sir, you have to address the dais, please.
Sorry. We don't want that development there. We want the community that we have, and we want it to stay that way. You made a comment on one of the other Mr. Steele. You made a comment on one of the other issues. We have traffic issues. In order to fix it, we need to add more people and more traffic to raise the funds to fix the traffic issues, to make Brevard a better place to live. Well, we want a better place to live. So listen to your constituents. Listen to your people that actually live in that neighborhood, that are going to have to deal with the issues after they leave. We have a voice. I know we didn't pay a bunch of money to campaigns, but it's our place. So I ask you, number one, to postpone the vote, delay it till we get the new commission in here. I'm going to ask that Ms. Pritchett recuse herself from the vote. Yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you. Mr. Morris, could we stop this with Ms. Pritchett recusing herself from the vote? I don't believe she can legally do that. Is that correct, sir? Stop, please. Ms. Pritchett is absolutely in every right to stay here and vote on this issue. She is not personally benefiting from this. So for you all to make the accusation offends me and it offends the entire commission. So I understand what you're saying, but I would like Ms. Pritchett could not recuse herself even if she wanted to. Is that accurate?
Not quite, but what the law says is that campaign contributions, the receipt of those, that doesn't amount to a conflict of interest that requires abstention or creates a voting conflict.
Okay.
But the citizens are entitled to raise that as an issue if they choose, but it is not a legal prohibition from her voting or considering the matter.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's go on, please, with Travis Moore. Oh, joy, huh? Your turn. Well, I was going to put Miss Sullivan's card as the last one in, but I'm not going to do that tonight to her.
Travis Moore, 4354 Longbow Drive, Titusville, Florida. That's in Sherwood. I'm going to make a couple of comments, not about Sherwood, but in this process, I called Rita Pritchard's office, I called Tremont's office, and I got nothing. And it just disturbed me that if you run your business that way, you'd be out of business. You know, we're your constituents, we're your customers, and I don't know how each of y'all does your particular office, but if you don't answer the phone and get back to your constituents, you don't belong there. Okay? Now, I got that off my chest. I used to be years ago on the East Central Florida Planning and Zoning Commissioner Board. I don't know what we were, to tell you the truth. And I just remembered sitting in the back how I got there. The guy that used to run Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge was my friend and neighbor and volunteered me. But all we talked about 50 years ago was the retention of green space, water, quality, and quantity, and that hasn't changed. And Florida is exploding with development, and somehow or another are concerned about greenland, parkland, and water quality and quantity has shrunk with growth. I just don't get it. It doesn't work in my head. And I'm not asking you to do anything other than consider the big picture with all the developments that are going on in North Brevard. We've got some concerns that are very valid. And I really listened to the engineer who's the expert on water retention and all of that stuff. And I'm skeptical. I really am. And I'm very confused about waiver 1. Can I ask a question of them?
Not right now, sir.
I think he said that was hole number 1. Well, on the drawings I've seen, hole number 1 is the retention pond they're bragging about. And requesting more units per acre to give more green land doesn't work in my head, because that works out to be more units per acre, not more green land. And the one thing I learned years ago was a lot of these golf course areas meet the requirement for developers for greenland, for parkland, for recreational facilities for the community. True, we don't have a golf course, but we've got greenland, and it's a great place to watch wildlife in spite of the one wolf that's running around. That blew me away. Okay. I'm sorry. We've got a few coyotes that wander by. We got a few pigs that wander by. We've got alligators, sandhill cranes. We've got it all. It's a beautiful place to live. And we'd like to see it stay that way. And I'm not against development. Don't get me wrong. I understand a man has private land and he can do things with it. But it has to be compatible with the existing community. We want good neighbors. And good neighbors in our neighborhood are single-family dwellings. That's what's around that golf course, except for a few exceptions that frankly slipped by. We were here, I can't remember if it was 12 or 16 years ago, when some of y'all, I don't think any of y'all were on the board, Leahy, I think was the developer out of Canada, and it was voted down very quickly because the community, it just wasn't compatible with the community. And I'd like to see that happen again. And a point that I'd also like to reinforce is we have some new commissioners coming in who have been very positive in talking to us about defeating this. So if you can't defeat it, we'd like you to postpone it till we get the new commission in place. And that's all I've got to say, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Good to see you, Tom.
Senator Sullivan.
Sandra Sullivan, South Patrick Shores. So first and foremost, I would like you to deny the applicant, and they can reapply, amend their proposal, and come back at a later point in time. So that's my first request. Now I have some reasons. So, and they're going from 176 single family and 92 multifamily, and increasing the single family and almost 4 timesing the multifamily. So per the Florida statute LDRs, it says in maintain existing density of residential properties if the properties are intended for residential use and located in the unincorporated areas that have sufficient infrastructure. So the 2 things that I would request for the denial is under section 62-2881 under planned unit developments, PUD, which this zoning request is. It says, such waiver does not violate the purpose and intent of any requirement of this article for the protection of public health, safety, and welfare of the subdivision land. I'm going to address that. And then also that it's the conformity with the requirement of such zoning regulations for a planned unit development. I feel, and I'm going to show that it does neither. It does neither conform nor does it serve public health, safety, and welfare. And therefore, this PUD should be denied at this time. So in the packet, you have the single-family homes, okay? And towards the road over here, you have the multifamily. That's pretty normal for step down. But what are they doing? They're putting much more multifamily, and look, it's adjacent to single family. Now, usually when you step down, you have a vegetation barrier. You don't even have that. So they're going to look out their window at an apartment building. How many stories? Okay, so according to the staff's comments, the existing Sherwood community has documented flooding issues. The proposed development with proposed lots and infrastructure over existing drainage systems and easements appear to block historical drainage patterns, limit access for county maintenance, and may require the developer to vacate many drainage easements throughout the development, including easements that are county maintained. So let's look on the flood map, because unfortunately staff did not zoom out enough to see the flood map for this area. Do you see a problem there? All the wetlands around why this property has such a flooding issues? It's because it's part of a larger floodplain. Okay, what is happening right now on the West Coast in Sarasota with the recent rains? So you had communities that were built that were older communities, and in comes a new developer and they build adjacent to it and they build it up, okay? And so now the older communities look like this. So what are these guys going to do? Are they going to raise their elevation? Oh, according to your LDR, your ordinances, no, they can't do that. But we know this is happening all over Brevard County. So I also want to address, so we addressed the not changing it to a PUD because of protection of public health, safety, and welfare, because it's going to flood them, frankly, and two, non-conformity with the layout of this development. And it's lovely looking at you all as you look up into space and look down at your knees or whatever else you're doing, or into the space and just ignoring me as usual. The MEMS water treatment plant design capacity is adequate to serve, but there's a problem with it. It's under maintenance. Yet, you know what? It's really interesting because there's some other people here that said you don't have capacity. How long is it going to be under maintenance that this is issue? I mean, we just passed something earlier, comp plan changes because, there's not the water supply with MEMS, so you're looking at building a new water plant. So are we talking about this temporary is until you build a new water plant? So I contest that this also is a concurrency issue that does not have adequate water. Okay, so then when we come to a flooding issue and a general trend in Florida, and particularly local counties like Brevard County, are not doing their obligation to protect the floodplain.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Heidi Peterson. Okay, do we have a Heidi Peterson here?
Yep.
That's you?
That's me.
All right, Heidi, how are you?
All right. My name's Heidi Peterson, 4405 London Town Road. I've lived in Florida for 72 years, and my family's lived in here for 3 generations for over 100 years. And here lately I see everything getting built up. They fill in the wet zones. They build houses on them. The water's got to go somewhere. And y'all just going to cause a problem because that area is low. Unless you can do something with the St. Johns River, you can build all the ponds you want. But if the St. John River overflow, you ain't got nowhere for water to go. And you shouldn't be building houses. And on the future use plan maps, there's plenty of vacant property for this PUD to the highest and best land use north of us. But they want it on the Sherwood Golf Course. They can get it from the guy in California cheaper than they can buy the land. They don't have to clear it or anything because it was a golf course. So it's to their benefit, but it's not to the benefit of the residents in Sherwood. The heavy traffic both ways, London Town Road, which I live on, is one of the roads in and out, basically. It's the only road right now. They say they're going to put some other roads, but, the setbacks and the current zoning are protection for us, the homeowners. But they want to have waivers on everything. It's to protect us against the developer, the engineers, so they can't omit and cram in the wishes that don't conform to our neighborhood. We've asked to purchase the property, which other people said too, behind us. It was a blind contract. We're not able to review, bid on it, or whatever, which sounds very suspicious. Last, Brevard County Commissioners, you are our representation that we hired by voting. Please show us integrity and don't forget us. Please vote no. And I'm like the rest of them, I think it should be postponed. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Faye Swanson.
6, like 4 pages packets each. Can I give that to you to give out to them?
Just
Or-
bring it up here, ma'am.
Okay. All right. My name is Faith Swanson, and this is a statement from Jeffrey and Faith Swanson. We live at 2036 North Carpenter Road, Titusville, Florida, 32796. We own the townhouses at 2030, 2032, 2034, and 2036 North Carpenter Road. The proposed development surrounds our property on the north, south, and west side. So that's that little blank that you see. Well, basically it's this one right here that you'll see, but I put the flood map in as the second one. We are opposed to the proposed Sherwood development for 3 reasons. 1, the proposal fails to provide adequate stormwater drainage. 2, the proposed buffers are inadequate and encroach on our property. 3, the development destroys the natural beauty of one of Titusville's beautiful neighborhoods. We are concerned about the impact of the development on our drainage because the drainage map in the PDP document does not specifically show how the proposed units to the north or south of us will drain. It appears that the stormwater will drain to North Carpenter Road, rather than be conveyed through storm pipes to an internal stormwater management system within the proposed development. We are very concerned that this significant increase in the impervious area drainage to the North Carpenter Road will cause flooding to our property and the surrounding areas, including Longbow Drive. The existing drainage cannot handle the additional stormwater runoff. The developer claims to have changed the PDP to make a better water system to help the community. However, the PDP 72524 that I received from the county September the 3rd, 2024, has no proof of addressing these concerns that are detrimental to our property and the neighborhood. In addition, the PDP is not clear. What we really need is a state-of-the-art water management system in that area. Also, the developer seeks multiple roadway access points, one of which, Track H, right-of-way, is in close proximity to our south property line. I provided section 624342 of the Brevard County Municipal Code calls for a minimum of 15 feet. Type B, roadway buffer for all development except individual single-family homes not within platted subdivisions. The submitted PDP document does not call for a 15-foot buffer or any buffer between our property and the Track H 30 feet right away. Furthermore, it appears that Track H roadway is so close to our property that the curb returns onto North Carpenter Road will overlap our driveway. Sherwood is not just a neighborhood, but it is a community where neighbors are involved and engaged with activities throughout the year. The proposed development will not only devastate the appearance, but the character of Sherwood. Furthermore, it will destroy the quiet, beautiful neighborhood and the adjacent Serenity open space that we have enjoyed for over 30 years. We are requesting that you vote against the approval of this proposed development due to the detrimental effects to Sherwood and the surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Question?
Yes,
Chair.
sir. Commissioner Goodson.
Got a question, ma'am.
Yes.
Your property falls on the north side of London, is that correct? Your condos?
They're townhouses. They
Townhouses.
fall, it's between north, yes, sir.
It's on the north side.
Right, and then you just have, they don't show you here, but there's two.
Right.
No, go ahead, ma'am.
There's two homes here that's been under construction for over 7 years with the Brevard County sign up on 2000 North Carpenter Road. And then you have another house. These always get flooded. Just a little bit of rain today, they were already flooded. But they want to put a road, and so there's only 2 houses here, 2 houses here. So they want to put this road like circling around here. So, you know,
Okay.
and then you want to change the zoning too, but I apologize.
No.
Okay.
Well, you needed the answer to the question. Commissioner Goodson, do you have anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anna Swanson. Thank you very much. Katie Delaney.
Good evening, Commissioners. A lot's already been said tonight. I've been to almost all of the community meetings that have gone on with this neighborhood, and while I do appreciate the developers talking to the residents and trying to make their project fit within this, it just doesn't. And that's why they need all these waivers, because it just doesn't work. This neighborhood is so incredibly special to North Brevard. You know I've taken my kids to the Christmas lights every year that I've lived in North Brevard. And, Halloween is a major event, golf cart parades, the whole thing. And destroying that atmosphere in North Brevard will be frankly horrible. Adding 1,200 plus vehicles going through this neighborhood will be horrible. I mean, I've door knocked in that neighborhood a lot of houses, and there are some very elderly people in there that a change like this will rock their world. We're pretty much making history tonight, having 3 candidates in this room today, that one of us will be sitting in that seat. All of us different party affiliations. We're 3 very different people, but on this issue, we agree, and we're all here. And so I'm asking you tonight, if you, for whatever reason, can't vote no, that you please postpone this until after the election, when one of us can have the chance to fight for our community. Thank you.
Hold on. Chair?
Commissioner Goodson, yes, sir.
What you need to understand, the most important thing, and you need to understand it really quick, okay? 4-1 doesn't get you anything.
Yes, sir.
3-2 will get you somewhere.
Yes,
So
sir.
do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yes, sir.
So by you promoting that you're going to solve all these people's problems,
That's not what I was promoting.
please don't, because you will be one standing outside in the cold.
Right.
So make sure you're aware of that. Thank you.
With if I could have the rest
Absolutely,
of my time.
go ahead.
It would give us the chance to try to convince our commissioners that are sitting up here, us as a board together, we would have the chance to make that argument for our community. And of course, one person can't make the difference, always, but. Right, well, I mean, I'm sorry you feel that way, but it's I would hope that Florida statute would come into play with all of this, because we have Florida laws protecting homeowners, that developers cannot come in and disrupt a neighborhood and negatively affect a neighborhood. So I would hope that would come into play. And I would also hope that it would come into play that there is a room full of people here tonight who are begging you to be their representatives. And I can tell you from speaking to this neighborhood, almost in its entirety, that there is not one person who I've met other than the man here tonight, which we now know the special interest in that, that is in favor of this project. And
Okay,
if we're not here for our community, what are we here for?
No, we
So,
appreciate your comments, Ms. Delaney.
thank you.
We do. Commissioner Pritchett, did you have something you want to say? Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. All right. It's Bailey. Stu or Stead or? Oh, Stell, okay. That's the first time I've actually heard your name. You've been here many times and I didn't know your name. So, hi, Stell.
Hi, Stell Bailey, Port St. John, Florida. First, I just want to bring up, I have a family member that lives in Sherwood, so that's why I'm here tonight representing them and a lot of the residents that we have met with in Sherwood. They bought knowing what the zoning was. And currently, homes are coded, some, not all of them, but are coded as a golf course frontage, which means they would have to be recoded. And their question tonight to you, since they could not be available to come and speak with the timing and working, is how will this affect the tax basis? Because they will no longer have the site code 0210, which is your golf course frontage. Some of the lots, though, are coded 0001, and that is a no other code applies. Has anyone market value analysis analyzed the homes coded versus homes down street and across street not coded with the golf course frontage? And who is going to revalue all of these homes and understand the tax loss of these homes no longer considered golf course frontage, which has features such as conservation land, grass, etc. Also, I saw that they did mention environmental, and of course I'm going to touch on that a little bit because there is no soil samples. I did see that they are planning to do that. However, I think that this should be postponed until those testing results come forward. We don't know if this is a brownfield site. We don't know any of the information on it. They talk about the state regulations. Well, guess what's not regulated? Perfluorinated compounds. You know what was used on golf courses? Pesticides. And sometimes it's watered with reclaimed water, which has high levels of perfluorinated compounds. And so this is a very big concern for the community, especially with flooding, because we know flooding moves those contaminants within the community and neighborhoods. I also would suggest that you postpone this until that traffic TI is approved, the testing is done, and the study on the stormwater is done. And I want to give another example of how the stormwater ponds don't work. On State Road 50, there's a stormwater pond behind Sony's, which is a restaurant. And there's a neighborhood behind that. And during Hurricane Irma, I was actually staying within the community back there because I have really close friends that live there. And we had to go out there during tornado warnings to go dig a trench in that stormwater pond because the entire community flooded because it overflooded out of that stormwater pond. So you have to understand why people are skeptical if that's going to actually work. So wait and postpone until you have that study done. Lastly, I also want to mention, I'm really glad that the 6 failing Brevard County golf courses were mentioned. And I know that the State Park Golf Course Great Outdoors Initiative was mentioned that Governor DeSantis and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection are so well known for recently. And it's just too bad that our excellent lobbyists can't go and lobby for that money to restore these golf courses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Corey McMillan.
Hello, Corey McMillan. I'm here on behalf of my parents. They're 4831 Squires Drive. Just going to talk about the flooding again. You guys have heard that enough. Just real quick, just kind of wondering how the county addresses to upgrade or the current system that's apparently was never originally designed to handle flooding, and that it's also 60 years old. How can the developer or the project engineer state the stormwater system will be better when the developer isn't required to address the current one? That doesn't really make any sense to me. Also, if this is approved, will the current residents, I know you guys don't have answers to this, but just kind of something to think about, the current residents be required to join an HOA? And with the amenities that were talked about, a pool, pickleball clubhouse, especially with the pool. That's liability, insurance, upkeep, security. So that's, if they're forced to join an HOA, that's extra cost. So that's got to be taken out of the extra property value that would be increased supposedly. And also with the retention area behind Squires Drive that's coming, that's going to have to be dredged. So that's something else that the residents will have to pay for. So I just think there's a lot of hidden costs for the current residents. Doesn't mean there shouldn't be a development, but I think you guys should really delay this until the reports come in and just a little bit more information for the residents. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. John Green.
Evening. John Green, 1217 Fulton Circle, Titusville, Florida. I own 2 parcels of land within 500 feet of the proposed development, hence I'm here. Both properties have significant Carpenter Road frontage that will be dramatically impacted by the traffic from this development. Someone mentioned earlier 87% of the traffic will go to North Carpenter Road. So I'm here in favor of this and requesting approval of the applicant's request for future land use changes and changes of zoning classification. It's a good development. That clubhouse down there is a wreck. The neighborhood's beautiful, but they've got issues, and this development, I believe, would help alleviate them. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Brian Bobbitt. So this will be the first and the last time I will allow you to introduce yourself as a candidate for District 1.
Thank you. My name is Brian Bobbitt, 4355 Blue Jay Place, Titusville, Florida, and I am a candidate for District 1.
Thank you.
All right. So during the planning and zoning meeting a few weeks ago, people from the Ballarena group had mentioned that this is one of the most contested developments that they've had in a very long time. There's a reason for that. We, the people of the neighborhood, are tired of it. We are tired in North Brevard of seeing this loose and reckless development go on that's going through and clear cutting our trees. They're adding a strain to an already exhausted infrastructure system. They're overcrowding our schools. They're overcrowding our neighborhoods. And they're overworking our first responders that are already not getting paid enough. Mr. Erdman had already mentioned that the low water pressure is a life-threatening issue to our firefighters, and we're going to tap more homes into that? It's not right. We have seen the plans. And some of the greatest disasters in history had the greatest plans. This does not work. They don't have the testing from the soil. They're not exactly 100% sure on how they're going to, fix the flooding issues. We know we're going to build some lakes, but then a friend of mine is going to have a brand new lake in his living room, so hopefully we'll get to go fishing if that happens. There's a lot of things that are just not working on this plan. And it's your job to make sure that you're taking care of the people. Rita, you said earlier today that you're going to do your very best to make the best decisions for your community. Always. This is your community.
Sir, you have to address the dais. Please don't address the audience.
Behind me is your community. We are talking to you. Go out with a win. Show them that you were listening to them and you did this as a passion to serve. That's all my time.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right. We're down to the last card, Nathan Mellon.
I've been called worse. Mellon. That's okay. It's okay. Maloon, like balloon, but Maloon.
Okay.
It makes no sense when you read it. Good evening. My name is Nathan Maloon, 1990 West New Haven Avenue, Weeder and Malik. I represent Mr. Erdman, who spoke earlier, and I'm here with one ask. We have a known unknown, and that is the arsenic in the property. That presents a serious safety issue and a serious health issue to the property that we frankly don't know what to do moving forward with how is the arsenic from the golf course going to be dealt with, and what's that going to do for the properties and for the surrounding property owners. There's a golf course up in St. Augustine area where they put 5 feet of dirt on top of the old golf course rather than having to go out and clean the clean the property. Well, here, when they put the ponds, that's the opposite of putting dirt on top of the golf course. They're going to dig it out and cause that to disturb the air and disturb the people. So we ask the county commission this evening to postpone the vote on this so long as we can receive the soil sample to know what the actual effect of that will be on the on my client specifically and the neighborhood as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Goodson.
Question. Are you saying that your only concern is arsenic, or are you happy with the other drawings and the other apartments and the other houses?
I think everything else was touched on. What I really wanted to kind of come in and make my arguments on specifically in the interest of time.
Is there a set percentage of arsenic you should have per cubic foot of dirt? I don't know, I'm asking.
I'm not smart enough to be an environmental scientist. I'm just a lawyer. But I think we would need that. We can't know what's in there without having the test results and having to get an expert to tell us that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
All right, I thought it was the last. Thank you very much for your comments to the last card, but no. Nathan, come on up, buddy. Nathan is the last candidate. You get a first and a last chance too, because trust me, we were hard on Katie when she said anything about being a candidate.
Well, to be fair to you, sir, I had no interest in that tonight. I'm actually here tonight because my company does work for Sherwood Forest Drive at Sherwood Villas. We do the landscaping property services. I've done a lot of renovations in this neighborhood. I live right down the road from this neighborhood. I've spent a lot of time and met with a lot of homeowners back in there. So I know the area very well. One of the initial concerns that came to me was flooding. And we've heard it a lot tonight. Now, the developer has proposed the flooding mitigation, and I think the plan tonight looks great, but what is not being talked about is the everyday stuff that occurs that I get to see from the maintenance side of the facilities. When Ian hit, it was overwhelmingly flooded. And I think what would benefit the people who live here is a solution to that problem so it's not coming back. Because it came through the woods, it came up across the roads and down through where the four-wheelers and the golf carts drive. So the flooding was, the backup is the fear. And if there's more houses, there's less places for it to back up. So the fear is, where's that water gonna go? Not necessarily the water for the houses that are sitting when they build, but the water that runs off. Where's the displacement gonna go? That is the concern that I'm hearing. And I think that's a valid concern. People are worried that their homes are going to flood when a hurricane comes through or when massive rainfall comes through, and it pushes it backwards from the back of the St. John's all the way back into this neighborhood. So I wanted that addressed because it's been the top concern I've seen. The traffic, I finally got an answer on the traffic tonight. That was one of the first questions I got last year when this started. I was at the original Save Sherwood meetings when they first started. I wanted to go and talk to people and listen to what was being said and hear what was happening. Traffic was a major concern. Clearly, we have an answer to that now, so we know what percentage of capacity we're at. We know what it's going to bring. I'm glad that was answered. However, I will note, very importantly, that I feel not that the developer has failed on this. I feel like the county failed the citizens on this. And maybe not necessarily you. Maybe it was the staff. That's for our operations to find out where we failed. Because when people have simple questions, like what's the capacity of Carpenter Road and what's the percentage, what will it hold, what's it gonna add, these questions were not answered. And I want those questions answered moving forward. I wanna know if we have a solution to these problems. When people say, well, this flood my townhome, do we have a plan for that? When someone says, it looks like it's on my driveway. Do we have a plan to fix that? Are we addressing the specific maintenance issues? Somebody talked about dredging the retention pond. These are specific maintenance issues. And when these questions can't get answered, that's the county failing. That's our leadership failing. That's not the development failing. They have a job to do, and it seems like they are doing it tonight. But I want to make sure that the county, that we are doing ours also. Thank you.
Commissioner Goodson, go ahead, please.
Could I ask for Bruce Moya to come back up?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I have 2 or 3 questions. In designing your lakes, you have an outflow structure somewhere, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that outflow structure goes to what ditch, and where does it go after it gets in that ditch?
So this property has two outfalls, one to the north and one to the west. But they ultimately flow west to the St. Johns River, yes.
Now, would there be any truth to the fact that if you had a major hurricane in St. John, well, if St. John's backs up, and the only way for it to get out is Jacksonville, correct?
Yes.
So it's not like you're draining North Carolina off a mountain, so it's going to take time. Do you have projections on how long it's going to take your lakes to bleed off or bleed down or drain off?
Yeah, so that's kind of what they've been asking for, but that comes after this. So if assuming we get approval to move forward, then we do the engineering design, because now we're talking about spending tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars to give you these answers.
Okay.
And that's the design that we do, that your experts over there review to make sure that we're addressing the flooding problem.
Does any of the water in north off Carver Road, any of it flow toward the Indian River?
Well, no, I don't think so, because you're west of 95.
Right.
I don't believe it does. I believe there's actually a culvert that goes under 95 that's flowing west through this
Gotcha.
property and out. And I
Okay.
think John could probably make sure I say this right. But so we have looked at the pre-development basin of this area. We know where the water's flowing, so we know where everything's going. We just haven't spent that kind of money yet to do that design to make sure it's going to work. Because, I mean, you wouldn't buy a house and then do your inspection after you bought the house,
But
right?
you also have to, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
You also have to hold a 100-year flood, do you not, in the ponds, or how long do you have to hold?
We
it?
have to meet the requirements of the St. John's and the county, and then we have to look at the effects of a 100-year storm, yes.
Right, I thought so. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Pritchett.
Mr. Moyak, couple of quick questions, sir. Does this, when you build this project and you have to contain the water now, let me ask you this, because someone mentioned this, does this make this turn into a flood zone?
I have not seen that. This is not a flood zone currently in
Right.
this area. I have yet to see a development come in and make it a flood zone. Because, I have yet to see that.
But you'll find that out after, if you get this approved and you start moving forward. That's some information you'll come back, and of course, the staff will be working with you, because some things might have to be tweaked at that time as well.
Right, and the flood zone, basically, it's based on an elevation. So as long as
Okay.
you're built above that base flood elevation, you're not in the flood zone.
Okay, and I'm gonna put you on the spot one more time, because somebody else brought this up, but I watched the P&Z when somebody brought up the 10% trees.
Yes.
Do you want to go ahead and restate what you were talking about at the meeting? You made a statement about the trees.
Yeah, it's not that we're saving 10% of the, I think we were more specific about those specimen trees and the larger trees. The requirement is that you save 10% of the existing trees. There's a canopy requirement that the county has. So we'll be doing that, but we're also going to be making every effort. And if you look at the layout, we've actually placed those trees that are 20 inches and above on the plan, and we are not removing 90% of those existing trees that are 20 inches or greater.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. If you have Mr. Moya, I'm going to say something when you're done.
What do you do if you find arsenic on the property?
So I'm not the soils guy, but this is not the first golf course to be developed, and it's certainly not the last. I remember this issue came up pretty big at the Palm Bay one when they did Port Malabar.
Jack Spira.
And because of all the golf courses that have been developed now since then, it's become a science. They have a process. The state governs it. It happens all the time.
Okay.
But if there was an environmental issue when you all started, you'd have to stop, correct?
There will be a soil sample report and study, and all that stuff will go to the soil scientists.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to confirm with staff, and thank you for asking the question. So
Well, since
there are
you-
safety built.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, the state will step in.
One more question that
Yes,
came
ma'am.
up. Is the HOA going to be required for everybody who lives in that neighborhood now?
So HOAs are almost always required for PUDs because there's common
Will it be for the
facilities.
existing neighbors, though?
They are not required to join the HOA, no.
just want to check that.
Okay.
Thank you.
A lot of questions that we needed answered that
Yeah.
hopefully will be some of the questions that were asked tonight.
A
Anything
couple-
else?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Pritchett?
An interesting thing, I'm done with you right now, Mr.
Okay,
Mueller,
great.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
We're done with you, Bruce.
We're done with you. When we first started on this, gosh, back in a long time ago, we had 3 golf courses we had to work through, and all 3 of them were having tremendous problems with financial situations. And so one of the golf courses, Savannah's, what they did is all the people got together and they bought the golf course. And they paid a high premium amount of money and they're running the golf course. So, but they had to come to the table with enough money to do it. They might have a price where you can buy them out too. I don't know. But I'm sure it would be quite costly, but it's one thought. But they're still having trouble right now trying to make golf courses work. But anyways, that's a whole nother subject and whether they're going to work or not. The study that came back is they are having troubles, so they're trying to get taxpayer funds now to help existing ones. So I don't know where we're on that, but something we have to consider is that people have property rights of property they own. You guys have your property rights. The owners of this property has property rights. So it's up to us to make unemotional decisions the best we can of what will take care of everybody's rights and still consider the neighbors as whatever happens with this. The stormwater, I've watched past developments come in, and it has solved a lot of stormwater issues in certain areas. Now, it's funny, you guys all liked me until this project come up, and then all of a sudden I don't pay attention anymore. But the other commissioners, as you come in through this, they're all fine people. You're going to have to, manage that later. What's interesting, too, is everybody's jumping on donations, but I happen to know a lot of you guys donated to the ones that are running, too. So what are you going to do when they're in here? They got to recluse themselves, too, and they're honest people, too. I have no problem knowing they're going to make good decisions. But the interesting thing is if we vote this through, it's going to be up to one of them to watch over everything and make sure the flooding's going right and the traffic's going right, and the traffic's still got to be worked out. So what happens if this gets put through? There's still so many hurdles to jump through. It might not still end up being able to do this many units because there's all those other issues that still got to be dealt with. This is a small-scale, comprehensive change. So a couple more thoughts with this is when I've been watching it, I'm not allowed to tell anybody my opinions. As a matter of fact, Mr. Moore, I just got a hold of the office real quick to find out. They said you called yesterday at 11:35, and they wrote a message down for me. And she said you didn't really ask for a call back. If you would have, I would have. But I was getting everybody's information. I had one, I'm sorry, you can't respond from there. I had a couple of people asking me what my stance was, and I'm not allowed to give it. And if I do that, I'm breaking the law. As much as I care about you, I'm not going to do that for anyone. So I've been taking notes and getting good data and trying to listen to everybody's problems and what they need. And I have been getting some feedback. And when I first met with the people and they gave me their project, I just listened and I thought, yeah, this ain't going to fly. They have 900 units going in. They're taking an existing comfortable subdivision and they're putting multifamily. I'm thinking, yeah, this ain't going to work. And my thing to them was go meet with the neighborhood and go listen to them and be good neighbors. And then I watched a couple other things come back through the time period. And I think they've made a lot of concessions with you. Might not be perfect. I get it. And nothing is perfect. But guys, people have got to have places to live. They're not going to build big, ugly things. They're going to be wonderful, brand new neighbors moving in. And here's a thought. We can't talk from out there when I'm talking. I'm sorry. But me and my husband, we got 3 kids that live here, and they had 6 kids, and they're growing up, and we got to have houses for them to live in, too. So we have to have housing. And so housing's a good thing. And the fact that they went from 900 units and they moved all the density up by the busy road, which really I thought was a good thing because it's not really affecting the end part of the neighborhood now, and they cut it down to almost half. I think they're trying. They still have tons of things to get through. I still want to see what happens with the traffic later. I heard the gentleman say that they're still not going to be at capacity. But as they start trying to get all of these items set in stone, they've got to get it through the staff, and I don't know if it'll all fly or not. They have to get the stormwater taken care of, the traffic, all of those things have to be taken care of. And commissioners, which one of you get it, is going to be your baby then to make sure everything's falling in place. And so you're going to have to make sure those things happen and work out. But as far as the project, they've gotten it down to a smaller project. I think it fits. The golf course is not coming back, and something has to go there. And what could have gone there, housing's probably the best thing to go in there, is to have other residents live in a residential area. So that's my thought on it. I think if you guys have any other questions, it'd be good, but I'm going to make a motion to pass this.
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Pritchett. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Tobias. Is there further discussion from the commission? Hearing, yes? Commissioner Tobias.
I appreciate everyone showing up, and I know you've taken a lot of time, and I'm just going to give you my 2 cents on it, even though I'm already here, so as you were forward. I understand you're trepidatious for new folks moving in, and you think it's going to cause harm. I did some wild research here on Wikipedia. There were indigenous people here 6,000 years ago. And then other people moved in, Indians, the AIS, I don't know how to pronounce, ICE Indians moved in. I'm sure those indigenous people were a little ticked off when they came and appropriated the land. Then Spanish settlers came. Sorry for the history, I don't live there, well, I've never turned out a crowd. Anyway, here's the point to this whole thing. I'll save you a little bit of history. 30 years from now.
Have a nice night.
30 years from now, the people that build these homes, right, will be back in this audience. I guarantee you, I won't be here, but 30 years from now, they will be complaining when new development is going on. So your experience is not unique. In fact, when you moved into these neighborhoods, I guarantee you there were people that said, don't build those homes in Sherwood. But I think you've probably been very good for the community, good stewards, and I greatly appreciate that. And I'd hope you'd welcome these other people, because I think that they're going to make Titusville, which is a good place, that much of a better place. Sorry you don't like that. I've never turned out so many people, but I think it's only fair to let you know where and why I'm voting on this, and I really hope it goes successfully, and staff does the due diligence to make sure that many of the issues that you discussed are dealt with well. So
Commissioner
thank you.
Pritchett.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I know this isn't easy. It's always difficult when you have things that you're very emotional about, but I just want to commend you guys for staying and listening and not being rude and being kind at this point. I just think you really deserve that right now, so I just want to say that to you. Thank you.
There's Commissioner Feltner.
I'm just going to say real quick, I'm not voting for this tonight. And, well, I don't need that. That's kind. I don't need that. I have some empathy for people who buy a house on a golf course. I think they had every reasonable expectation that that's the way that it was going to continue. And I'll split it with you. I don't know what the answer is when a golf course has financial trouble, and what the eventual outcome of that will be. I gave the example the other day of if you bought a house, say, that borders a parcel that has Wickham Road frontage, then you have to expect that a Home Depot or a Publix will go there. That's reasonable. But when you buy a house on a golf course, I think it's reasonable that you expect it to continue to be a golf course. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no today.
Any more discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, it passes 4-1. Now we have to have a motion for the next portion, please.
I make a motion to pass item H13.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry, with the existing conditions, staff gave us 14 conditions that have to be met.
So, what I would suggest is, with the motion,
approval of the PUD zoning classification and preliminary development plan, subject to the 14 conditions identified in the agenda report, which are to be incorporated into a binding development plan.
Okay,
Yep.
is there a second? Commissioner Tobias?
Second, sorry.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, let's move on to the public comments. And, oh my God, Senator Sullivan, what a surprise. What now? Whoa, one second, Sandra. What?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't see an H14. A1. J1.
Commissioners.
All right. Who's handling this for staff?
Item J1 is
Yes, sir.
is a request from Clover Townhomes. They're seeking the board to grant 5 waivers to our land development code to allow for the development of a 13-unit, single-family attached subdivision. And those waivers include a waiver to Section 622887C, which relates to the internal access of the development, and then a waiver to Section 2883D, which requires a 15-foot minimum perimeter buffer, and then a waiver to Section 623206B4, which is relating to the backing of automobiles directly into the right-of-way, and then a waiver to Section 6228208, which relates to driveway spacing, and then a waiver of Section 623751, which relates to the slopes on a dry retention pond. If you have any questions relating to
Commissioner
those,
Goodson, I believe this is
we're
your
happy
district,
to
correct?
answer.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we accept these waivers, but also add on that the association, condo association, will share in half the cost of the road, because if you know anything about the road, it's a dead-end road. And they're using it for their in and egress and egress, so I think they should pay for the maintenance on the road. I think it should be done at a 50-50 split now. Then if the west side develops and uses county road, then we could go a third, a third, a third. I think it should be a yearly rate. That way we build up the money, because the only thing I see now, maybe 20 years now, 15, you would resurface the road. But it's not fair they use county road for no recourse. Now, I would give that to Morris and Frank to work it out and see if we can come up with some agreement. That's the only way I would like to see the variances passed.
Tad, you have any comments? Morris?
I think it's not an unreasonable request, given that the waiver essentially relieves the townhome development from having an internal driveway, which is what you would typically see there. On the other hand, I'm hard pressed to think of an example in the county where we have anything like this elsewhere, and maybe John could help me with that if there is one. But I'm sure it's something we can reach out to developer and see what we can work out.
John, you have a comment?
I had a concern about the sprinkler requirement that was included in the agenda.
It was there.
All. So
Fire line?
The sprinkler system internal to the buildings
Correct.
was a request that that is really associated with how many units are in such a confined space, and so it becomes an additional fire protection concern for fire prevention.
All right, so I would take it then, Commissioner Goodson, that your motion is to send this back to staff?
Yes, sir.
But your motion, in addition to conditioning it on some agreement regarding maintenance of the road, it was also conditioned upon the sprinkler, automatic sprinklers for the residential buildings, correct, sir?
Yes,
They're,
yes, sir.
They're telling me that I missed one of your questions, which was about, am I aware of a similar sort of situation where we had, I don't know of a situation where we're sharing the responsibility for maintaining a road at any location in the county.
Let me bring one to your attention.
Excuse
All right?
me?
Let me bring one to your attention.
Okay.
Okay.
If you remind me, maybe I'll remember.
How about Roberts Road? You've maintained it, it's a private road, right?
I think we do maintain that, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, so there is some. But anyway, it doesn't matter, John. I just want this, by them using your road, I want them to pay for it, to pay for the use.
I think that's a very reasonable thing to do. I just don't know what the mechanism would be for us to be able to do that. That would be my concern. But I love the concept. I would love they maintained it entirely. That would be even better.
Well, I guess one way you could do is you could just get the square yardage and convert it to tons, and because eventually you're going to have to resurface it at 1 inch thick, and you could prorate that over a period of time. And the only other thing you got there is concrete curb, and it looks in good shape.
They would normally have to install an internal driveway. This waiver relieves them of that requirement, so we can try to negotiate something, sir. We'll figure out some mechanism. Frank,
You could make the motion contingent on them agreeing, that granting of the waivers contingent on them agreeing to pay
Correct.
half the cost. So we'd have to enter an agreement with them.
Because if they don't agree on the variances, then they ain't getting the variances. Or
Let's
agree on
restate the motion for the clerk's office, please, so that we can get it on
State it,
public
Mark.
record.
You know it, Marcy.
So I believe what the commissioner is suggesting is that the board conditionally approve the 5 waivers subject to approval on installation of automatic fire sprinklers for all residential buildings under the associated site plan, as well as the applicant's agreement with the county and an arrangement to provide for the equivalent of half the maintenance cost for the road.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Goodson, seconded by Commissioner Pritchett. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries.
Yeah.
Sandra?
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Sandra Sullivan, South Patrick Shores. So first, regarding tonight's meeting, I just want to say this. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man or woman sows, that he will also reap. For he who sows to his flesh will of the flesh reap corruption, but he who sows to the Spirit will of the Spirit reap everlasting life. Now, what I'm here about. Okay, so this is a letter that came from the state, from the Department of Commerce. And I had sent them a letter regarding development on the barrier island, and specifically with regard to variance height versus right height, and a legal opinion that Mr. Goodson's office was gracious enough to provide, that you have to use the right height and not the variance height. We have this going on in Satellite Beach right now. And so, having sent a letter to the state, we have right now, by the way, pertaining to Satellite Beach, they want to put 98, the height of Oceana, which was, just for the attorney's benefit, was 2 TDRs to that site, and on all of the comp plans says this is only, the zoning is only for this height. This is analogous to Merritt Island, with the hospital being 166 feet. You can't put the SB 102 to that height. So you now have this letter which clearly states that you have to follow the LOS, which includes level of service standards for public facilities, which would include hurricane evacuation LOS standards. I look up, and Eastern Central Regional Planning Council has come out with their renewed study. We are now 61 hours to evacuate. By state statute, that LOS is 16 hours. So it's far in excess. And then they have numbers here as well. So There are 164,000 people to evacuate in roughly 77,000 vehicles and 122 shelters that can accommodate about 8,000 people. Evacuation time is 61 hours for Cat 5 and 16 hours to shelter. According to State Statute 163.3178, 8A Coastal Management, the state level of service requirements are indeficient in the 12-hour evacuation time to shelter. We are at 16 hours, and you have the rest. I would appreciate your assistance in modifying Senate Bill 102 policy to protect the barrier island. Thank you.
Okay, I hear a motion to adjourn? Or? Oh, we have a board report. Nobody's got a board report, right? Nope. Okay, county manager.
I do.
Oh, no, you don't. County manager, I'm kidding. County manager, you have a report?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Tobias? Commissioner Pritchett, no report?
No,
Now you have a report.
I do. I got a little one. Sandra Sullivan started it, and if you start bringing scripture every meeting, well, I'll do one too, and this will be great. So Romans 8:28, and we know that all things work together for good for those who love God and to them who are called according to his purpose. So I just thought it'd be fun to get to do that as well. A couple of things I just want to mention to everybody is this: we have such a great community and a great county, and it is just wonderful hearing people come out and be able to give their opinions on things. And by the time we get done, hopefully that everybody will move forward. And let me tell you what, you've never made yourself any better by trying to make somebody else worse. When you mock them and ridicule them, it always comes back to yourself. So thank you for the way you guys have handled things. Thank you, sir, for the way you came up tonight and spoke your piece and didn't try to pull everybody else down. I really appreciate that a lot. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Chair, I got one.
Yes, sir.
And it's not a prayer, but pray for Florida State and pray for Florida.
Amen.
No, they need a lot of help.
Oh, my God. Commissioner Feltner, report? No? Yes?
I can't follow that up, sir.
Okay.
Well, can I follow it up with one?
Morris, you have a report?
I have no report, Mr. Chair.
I have no report. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Yep, let's do it. So moved.
Second?
Second. Yep.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, boy, this has been fun tonight.
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.